let's go ahead and get to some news. All right, let's see what we're gonna start with. Where's my list? See what we got going on. You know what? Let's start with some entertainment stuff. Dude, y'all know what's my man's name? Uh what was he? He was on Power. He played uh what did he play? He played one of the Ghost's rival. What was this dude's name? His real name is Rotimi.
Yeah.
What was his character on Power? What was his character's name? Anybody remember that? What his character's name was on
Anybody
Power?
remember extra's name?
He wasn't an extra. He was a like one of the main guys on there. Y'all remember Rotimi?
Nah, he wasn't one of the main guys. Nah,
Dude, what was his character, X?
I'll go get his name right now.
Hold on, I grab it. Where's Robin at when you need her? Rotimi. Um, so this dude, matter of fact, ain't he an artist too, right? He a Nigerian dude.
Yeah.
All right. On Power, he was what was his name on Power? Um, what's this dude's name? Jesus Christ. Dre. He was Dre on Power. Y'all know what I'm talking about? Yeah. So he was doing an interview.
It wasn't Dre.
Huh? Yeah, he was Dre. He was Andre. Hmm. Yeah. So this is him talking about his wife, because I guess his wife is an actress. Anybody know who his wife is? But this is him talking about his wife. I guess she's an actress in Hollywood, right? Um, is she an actress or she's in music? She might be in music. Who is his wife?
She's an artist.
She's an artist? Okay. Yeah, yeah. So she's an artist. So this is him talking about his wife and her experience in Hollywood.
When you're powerful and more powerful than certain men, it can kind of make it be like, if you don't go with anything that they say, she's this, she's that, she's that, she's da 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 da. So, and she didn't sacrifice herself with witchcraft,
Right.
and for real, like
Right.
she's been approached to elevate to the next level.
Oh, that's a real thing.
Oh, that's a real thing, bro. That's a real, like, witchcraft, voodoo, juju, all of that is a real thing.
To get to the next level in career.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Absolutely. Yes.
Wow.
It's a real thing. So she's been presented opportunities like, hey, this is what we do. This is how we move. This is the things that you have to do to get to this level by top execs. And she was like, I'm not with it. And then also she wasn't going to sleep her way to the top. So then it caused her, and she didn't have management really for real. So like, she's successful. She's doing all these things.
So this is him talking about what really goes on in the industry. All right. He's like, yo, they trying to get her to do all of these these rituals. Right? They're trying to get her to do these rituals. And she's not with it. So this is him saying it out loud, like, nah, they doing rituals, man.
They even offered her to start off with yoga and she turned it down.
Yeah, Diamond.
Hey, who he talking about?
What you say, Chilla?
Who's he talking about?
He was talking about his wife.
Oh, okay. She shall not be named.
Apparently, she's an artist. Quan, somebody, can you grab her name? So she's a musical artist or whatever. And so he's like, yo, he's talking about the industry. This is his industry. It's not like he's an outsider. He's in there. He says Vanessa MD is her name, and he's putting them on blast. Like, man, they doing rituals, y'all. And it's the thing. Everybody we talk to, like for years, even on this app, people come through here all the time, and they tell us stories about what's going on either the music industry or in Hollywood. All right. And a lot of them have the same stories. They say the same things. All right. So it's not just like a one off, like it's a thing. All right. So I thought that was interesting. Right. So I always think it's interesting with people who are currently actually working are saying the thing like, yo, they wilding up in here, yo. So I always find that interesting. All right. Let's see what I got for y'all. You know what, real quick, we were arguing about this earlier. All right. So um this morning I was in here, I was talking to Allie and P, and we were going back and forth about this subject. Right. And Allie did the thing where she yelled at me, and then P came and yelled at me, and then when I tried to talk, Allie yelled over me again. Right. And they didn't really want to hear it.
Sounds like a great
No,
morning.
no, 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 no. Let me tell the
So
truth. So
get,
I
get,
started off before you play your little clip. I started off because I know exactly what you're talking about. I started off and said on today's episode of A Love in Hip Hop America is Ghetto. Amazon basically allegedly, it's an article that's put out about them placing the tariffs on the items and the American people seeing where these tariffs are. The White House says that this is hostile and unpolitical. And then Amazon goes back and says, we never said that. And President Trump said, you know, Amazon's a great company. We love Amazon. Amazon knew what to do. Amazon, 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 Amazon. So my thing was, I was reading an article, an economist said that Amazon showing tariff costs on items was a great idea because if we are trying to make America great again and we're only trying to push American made products, us as the consumer should be able to see which items are not coming from America. And me and Portia was like, no shade, that is a good idea. So go ahead and troll and say what you were saying.
so um so that was definitely the conversation, right? And so the the thinking or the story that's being pushed in the public about the tariffs, I think is a bit misleading, right? I don't think people really understand how tariffs work, right? Because they were like, because I hear this a lot, and it wasn't just like Allie and Portia that I was hearing this from today, but I hear it a lot when I'm in different places, different rooms, and in real life, right? I hear people talking about, oh, the tariffs is, doubling, tripling prices, right? And so I wanted to. I saw this video. I saw this video a while ago. This has been in the tuck. It's been on my list, right? Um, this dude did a really really good breakdown of how tariffs work, right? And so I thought this is a perfect time to play it. So this gentleman is explaining how tariffs work.
Chinese producers are all over social media right now, and they're exposing just who is targeted by Trump's tariffs. And it's not the American consumers, and it's not the Chinese producers. It's actually our international corporations who have sold out American prosperity for their own profits. Let me illustrate. Let's use this example, Nike. Now, these are fictitious numbers, just for example. But let's say that Nike buys shoes from this company that manufactures Nike shoes for $10 a Nike shoe, which isn't very far off. Nike turns around and sells that shoe at retail for $100. Here's the interesting part about tariffs. You're not paying tariffs on the retail price. This is not a tax in the classic sense. The way the economists who are bought and paid for are trying to conflate it as it is a tax on the import. This means with a 25% tariff, Nike's going to have to pay $2.50 to the US government every time it imports a Nike shoe at $10. So this $2.50 gets remitted to the American government, to American citizens. Now Nike's cost $10 for the shoe, $2.50 for the import tax. This means they're netting $87 per shoe. Now that's net, not profit. There are going to be other costs that are going to have to come from that. But you can see that the increase in cost is $2.50. So let's say that Nike passes the entire cost onto the consumer, even a little more, just because of the fear of tariffs. $103 a shoe now. That is the impact of a 25% tariff. So what the Chinese producers on TikTok are saying, instead of the American consumer buying it for $103, or let's just say that the company Nike eats all $2.50 of the tariff and still sells it for $100, you're way better off over here, paying directly to China, including the tariff, $12.50 a shoe plus shipping. So as you can see, the tariffs are not meant to hurt consumers. They're not meant to hurt China. They don't really affect China at all. They're meant to protect American industry. They're meant to protect Americans from their corporations who will sell them out for a profit. So if you look hard, you'll notice that the people who are screaming about how bad tariffs are for consumers, it's these companies right here. It's Wall Street. It's all the investors in these companies because they don't want American citizens to realize these companies have sold them out and that they're not doing Americans any favors.
So when I hear people talk about prices doubling and tripling because of tariffs, that ain't how tariffs work. And if the price is tripling, it's because the company is trying to screw people over.
Okay, so what you saying, like one of my friends, she has a clothing line and she has her samples done in China. They just told her that it would be $150 extra to import per item, per sample or whatever. So you're saying that it's the company screwing them
Screwing
over,
her
not so
over.
much
Yeah.
the tariffs. Okay.
She's getting screwed over for not making her product in the United States
Yeah, she
instead
tried,
of
but
importing it.
yeah, long story, but okay. Could you share the link to that? I'll pass it on to her.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, go find that joint. But yeah, dude. And so when y'all listening to people talk about tariffs and what's happening and all of that shit, think about like that clip and how it's actually working, all right? And how the so remember, you never let a good crisis go to waste. And while everybody's scared and pissed off, like this is a great time to fucking gouge fucking the public because you can always just blame the administration,
I got a
right?
question.
What's up?
What about small businesses?
What about small businesses? You mean in the U.S.?
I'm saying small businesses that import from China because they
Mm-hmm.
cannot buy their product from the US.
Mm-hmm. And so again, what's the retail? Not the retail cost. What's the actual production? Like the production cost?
But I'm
Like
saying
that's.
in the sense of like, for example, I know someone personally
Mm-hmm.
that purchases things overseas in China. In order for them to get the items to America now, they would have to raise the price of everything in order for them to make the same profit in a sense where it would like kind of it would box out their general consumer. Like, let's just say their general consumer can afford to buy something at the price point of $35. It is no longer effective for them to sell it at $35 because of like the cost of everything. And they are getting it directly from China because they cannot get it in America. Like as a small business. Because big corporations like Nike, yes, they're buying fucking 30,000 shoes on the dollar. So like their profit margins will be kind of different as opposed to like a small
No, I
business, if
get you.
that makes
You
sense.
know, so I agree with that. So small businesses, we always get screwed, right? So the one thing is that's the where you're getting it from in China. They're passing on all the costs to you, right? They've decided that your business isn't important enough to work with you on the fucking tariff price, right? That's China, or that's that company. And so one of the things to do is to try to negotiate with them, right? Because we all understand that, there's a tariff for importing. Is my business not important enough for you to eat none of this, right? And the other thing is, and to your point, what Jr. said, you're being penalized for getting things from China instead of America, right? And so there's going to be it's going to be like that, right? And so it's going to eat into your profits.
So, and the reason I ask this is because I feel like when we talk about businesses, I feel like what is very important and what has been very like successful for a lot of people with small businesses is the ability to like do a drop shipping or like create a different source of income by utilizing like overseas, whether it be China or wherever, fucking China, India, wherever, to create a small business for yourself. You get what I'm saying? So I feel like the fact that we're in a trade war, and it's like, to your point, is mostly for the, because I personally feel like, yes, the larger corporations are the main ones getting hit with the most fees because they are importing shit at a more rapid pace than smaller businesses. But it's like small businesses, which are the American people, they still getting penalized because these niggas want to have a trade war. So, you know, because it's like if we wasn't at trade war, them niggas wouldn't be raising the stuff on small businesses. And I get what you saying, where it's like you can kind of talk to them and be like, yo, like, what's good? I've been dealing with you for 2 years or a year, or 6 months or 5 years. Like, can we make this work? But it's like they can be kind of just as petty as we kind of be, and to be like, fuck y'all, we not gonna make it work because we are at trade war with them. You know what I'm saying?
So this is the thing. I'm gonna tell you. I don't. To me, I don't see it. I don't see it being petty. Personally, because I remember when y'all remember Ben, Ken's homeboy Ben. So Ben actually ordered a bunch of stuff off the website, right? He ordered he placed a large order and had it shipped to Europe, right? So it got to him, and in order for him to get it, I had to pay $300 in fucking tariffs and import tax to UK. Like they've been doing this to us. You get what I'm saying? Like in that case, like I actually ate the cost, right? But they've been doing that to us, like to us when we try to sell shit overseas. So I don't like I've personally dealt with this shit trying to sell to a different country, and they was like, yeah, it's gonna cost you, and it wasn't a little bit, it was a lot compared to the order size. So if this what it takes to get them to knock that shit off, I'm with it because we're boxed out of the world market because of the shit. So for me, I'm like, hey, if this is how it's got to play, it's got to play like this. So,
I feel it. I kind of look at it like because I've had like a online, y'all don't know about my store, but I've had an online clothing store for over 10 years. I started in 2014. Um, and I've never had to deal with like eating hella costs, and I ship all over the world. Um, First, I did just ship to like US, Canada, Europe, but now we ship all over the world. And I really haven't had to deal with that in the past. We are kind of dealing with that to a certain extent right now. So like I still think like niggas is being petty in the sense of like the thing is, like we always say about Trump, like he's a businessman, so he wants to make a deal that makes sense for us, right? So it's like I feel like right now niggas is having a penis measuring contest where it's like you not gonna make a deal with me, I'm making you know what I'm saying. So I feel like niggas is definitely being petty now. Do I feel like it's outside of their right? No, I feel like they can do whatever they want to do. Like China can choose to do whatever they want to do. We can choose to do whatever we want to do. I'm just looking at it in the sense of like ultimately how will the American people, aka small business owners, be affected? Because it's a lot of us. Like you a small business owner. You feel me? Like it's a lot of us. So
Mm-hmm.
it's like overall, like how many of us will still be left standing when they come to a conclusion if it takes them that long? Because I'm hoping that they just figure it out, you know, a couple months, had a little couple rough months, next 6 months, everything cool, they to figure it the fuck out. But it's like how many people, we always talk about people living paycheck to paycheck, it's like how many small businesses are going to be able to actually survive, if that makes sense, when a lot of
Mm-hmm.
people use that to kind of like fuel their
Yeah,
family and
the
shit
way
like
you'll
that.
benefit as a small business owner is they'll reduce the tariffs that you've been paying before this all started, which then will make your product cheaper to other places, which means you can sell more or even keep the price at the same and keep the backdoor profit. And also, it's meant to drive industry back home. So if you make it, what he's trying to do is he's trying to make it so a lot of car producers left the United States and went right over the border to Mexico and started putting their cars together there because they could just bring them right back. So he charging them crazy money to make them pay for that so that they could bring. Ultimately, what he wants is he wants these factories to come back to America so American people could have high paying jobs again.
No, I feel that, but again, like I feel like the car industry, that's still big business. When it comes to the big business, I get it. Like it's just like ultimately
But even
how
small
much
business,
small
yeah.
business is gonna be
So
affected.
small business,
Because
you're
again,
paying
like
too.
I ain't like as far as like what I've been paying for 10 years versus like what I'm paying now, like I personally see a difference. So I'm just speaking on me and my industry personally. I got an online clothing store 10 years. So it's like in my industry, I've personally seen a difference through the Obama era, because I started in 2014, through the first Trump era, through the fucking Biden era, through the fucking right now era. It's like I've seen financially a difference from then, all three of them niggas in the past, and then now is all I'm
So
saying. So it's
right.
just like,
So then ask yourself, how much more would you have right now in your pocket if those tariffs were eliminated the whole time you were in business? How much more money does that look like for you? If there were no tariffs at all against you and your products, that would be the difference. If
it's
the
kind of
tariffs
hard to
weren't
look
there,
at that when it's like for
well, you
9 years
could look
I
at
was
it.
making profit as opposed to like right now profit is way smaller. And I get what you're saying where it's like, okay, take away the tariffs, how much profit in total, but it's like, okay, if I take away tariffs for 9 years and I look at how much I spent and then right now I'm being charged what I would have had, it's still, you get what I'm saying? It's like the math.
No, just it's simple. Just look at the places that you ship the most, find out what that tariff is, right? Because they've been there for a long time, and then just take that percentage and add it to your side instead of until of course make. So let's say there was a 30% tariff and you ship to a country all the time. You would have 30. Take your sales and put times 30%. That's how much more you would have in your pocket if they
No,
removed
but
the tariff.
and see, that's the thing, like, and that's why I said, like, Linnell experience is crazy because he been told me about that. Because again, like, I shipped to Europe OD, like, since the second year that I was in business, I started shipping to Europe and Canada, and it's like, they ain't never told me, they ain't never hit my line, I ain't never got no email saying like, look, we got a customer that ordered $450 worth of stuff. You need to pay us $100. You need to pay us $80 before they can pick it up. Like I ain't never had no customers emailing me or making no videos on TikTok or nothing like, yeah, I just bought da 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 from this website and I had to pay this before I came and picked it up until now, if that makes
Right,
sense. Is what
because
I'm saying.
because all the tariffs were standard, so all that was already priced in. There was no need to
No,
ask you for something.
well, the thing is because it's the Demontis, that to the exclusion where it's like if you purchase under $800, they're not putting that shit on your shit. So it's like that along with other things is kind of what, because I have had people order over $800 at one point in time, but like for the most
Two
part,
orders.
exactly. So it's just like people not ordering 800 or more at once, so like they're not getting tariffed for nothing when they're buying it. So it's like I didn't have to worry about that in the past because of the Montes exclusion. And now, like, that shit don't mean anything, it seem like, is what I'm saying. So, but I don't, again, I feel like if it's gonna be good, cool. I'm just thinking in the sense of like ultimately small business because like corporate greed and capitalism, them niggas gonna do what they fucking do. So the company I work for at my 9 to 5 was allegedly in the office crying to Trump with some other fucking Fortune 500 company saying that if you do this tariff, the shelves will be empty by the summertime. Like they was in there, CEO was in there talking to him in his office, trying to beg and plead. And to Linnell point, when me and Linnell was talking about it, he was like, that's that fear mongering shit. Like, and I'm like, damn, so CEOs is doing that? Like, what's T? Because like I would think like if the CEO of my company, which is a Fortune 500 company, which so far this quarter we've made 120% more than we made last year at this quarter, like them niggas, I feel like corporate greed. Them niggas on to Linnell point, like them niggas is eating them costs. So they don't really care. They're just trying to make sure their profit margin is still high. But
Don't
it's
play with them
I'm just thinking
bonuses.
about
They gonna
the
mess the bonuses up.
small. Exactly. Agree. Totally agree. But I'm just thinking about like the smaller businesses. That's all.
Good talk. Good talk. Um. All right. Let me see what I got for y'all. Speaking of greed, um, yo, this is for yo. Put a one in the chat if you like milk and cookies like together. How many of y'all like milk and cookies? Let me see. Don't everybody expose their fatness at the same time.
Wait a minute, what's milk without cookies, and what's cookies without milk?
You got my milk and cookies.
Yeah. See all the chubby people, piping up. Meaty, damn.
My daddy told me to call you. He said you had my milk and
Right. So I
cookies.
see all my milk and cookies people. Yeah. What you
What the
mean you
hell? I was
guess,
about to say, what the fuck
Paige?
you mean you guess?
Hold on.
Y'all
First of
know
all,
y'all lactose intolerant, but go ahead, put your
I
ones in
ain't
the chat.
lactose intolerant.
I don't
yo,
know. I'm almond milk.
this dude Ethan said cookies and water.
Come
Who
on,
the
Hold on,
hell?
hydration.
hold on.
I'm
Wait a minute,
dying.
wait a minute.
Come
Who
on,
in the
Wait a
hell?
minute,
hydration.
wait a minute. So if you got some chips Ahoy, you know what I'm saying? You can drink them
Nah,
with a little sip of water. Milk is better, but water will
Come
do.
on, hydration.
nah. We not riding with that.
Y'all killing me with this one. Jesus Christ.
I'm gonna have to second that one. I used to be against that, but being that I don't drink milk like that. Water's just fine.
Period.
What did John Witherspoon say? You better put some water on that damn shit.
Bruh.
Yeah,
Y'all.
better get you some
Ahoy.
almond milk or
Just
something.
Ahoy trash anyway,
Almond
boy.
milk is nut water, so you drinking the same thing, Ocean.
Hey, it got better flavor than the regular milk.
Ice water with a slice of cake. What?
Yo, this thing took a whole left.
A turn.
Ice water with cake. What the fuck?
Now that's just blasphemous.
Jesus Christ. Well, for all my milk and cookie fanatics, man, you guys are essentially dope fiends. Did y'all know that? You're
Yeah,
dope
it's a
fiends.
dopamine hit.
You know why you crave those when you're sick? Why? So gluten has a substance in it called gliadin. And then milk or dairy products has a substance in it called casein. Yeah. And when you eat those two, they actually convert to an opiate or a drug. Wow. So gliadin converts to gliadomorphine and casein converts to casomorphine. That's the reason milk and cookies will help you go to sleep at night because you're drugging yourself with opiates. Wow. Okay, that's why cheese pizza and a grilled cheese sandwich don't taste that good, but everybody loves them because they're drugging themselves with them. You like a grilled cheese sandwich? Yeah.
Bruh.
Okay, so that's why I said I guess because milk and cookies don't move me. I'm just kind of like whatever. But he had me at that grilled cheese though.
Mm-hmm.
We all got to eat a grilled cheese just to do the show with you, bro.
Grilled
You
cheese and tomato soup will always be a classic.
I've never had
Forever.
tomato soup in my
Tomato
life.
soup.
what?
Y'all,
The
how?
fuck?
what in
Never
the
in life.
what in
Hey,
the
Hey,
Caucasus
look,
Mountains
You
is
listen,
know
going
he
listen,
on
listen,
here?
allergic
listen,
to
wait,
tomatoes.
wait, 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 wait,
He
wait,
can't
never.
wait,
eat
wait,
So you're
wait,
not
wait,
talking
tomatoes
wait,
about
like that.
tomato basil?
Is that
wait.
what they
Check
used
me
to
out.
make in the day
So,
room?
no, check me out, right? So I only did the shit because I seen it on TV, right? But it was always white people eating it. But that shit is
Wait a
good.
minute, you monkey see
Dip the
monkey
little,
doing some white people shit?
bro, a good tomato soup with the cream in it. Dip the little motherfucking grilled cheese in that bit, bro.
Delicious.
Who second this shit?
Grilled cheese parmesan is crazy.
Yes,
Also put some
What?
too
parmesan
much
on
levels
top.
of cheese. Okay.
Hold on. Time out. So besides Marty and Paige, anybody else had tomato soup and grilled
Oh no.
cheese?
Fuck
I
no.
had tomato basil soup.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
That
It's
shit
the
good,
best.
ain't it, Miss J?
Tomato basil is the best.
Uh-oh. And away we
No,
go. What's up?
French up and yeah.
Here come Ethan.
No,
Peace and
Ethan
blessings,
and
good
friend.
tidings, and all things that people would like to hear. What's suggestion of cookies and water and now tomato soup and Grilled cheese? What's going on?
Who the hell said this nigga name three times?
Me, I did. Let them know,
Yo,
Ethan.
you in violation, bro. You eating cookies and water,
There's nothing wrong with
and
cookies and
now
water, man.
grilled cheese and fucking tomato soup. I am
Cookies and
confusion.
water, you're
Help a
not a
brother
dope
out.
fiend. You have the cookies, you can finish your day.
All of that shit is an abomination.
Yo,
I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm not gulping the water like I gulp. You know what I'm saying? Just the
hey,
liquid.
yo, hey, look, Ethan trying to talk. Hey, Ethan, your mic is kind of going up and down,
I
bro.
think somebody poured tomato soup on your Wi-Fi.
Oh, you back, bro? Let's see.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, much
Uh-uh.
better.
Yeah.
All
Unfortunately.
right, my bad. My earpiece dumped out. But no, I was saying ocean and the nut water being delicious is wild. But what I was gonna say, yeah, man, tomato soup and grilled cheese be going in, especially if it's a tomato bisque. Yeah, it's exquisite.
That
Oh,
Upgrade
biscuit,
your
bisque.
palate.
that biscuit's the shit.
Oh my
The
God.
biscuits boss.
If y'all don't get off the Food Network with this bullshit,
I swear to God,
Y'all so ratchet.
this has got
Y'all
Uncultured.
Caucasus
is.
Mountains
These
written
like
motherfuckers.
all over it.
Y'all
Uncultured.
need,
like you guys
get
just
the
go around from
motherfucking.
food truck trying shit.
Nah,
Y'all
Uncultured.
niggas
Now they
dipping
get
and
this
still
shit
get
from
this same
fucking
potato
Martha
chips.
Stewart ass meals, man. What the fuck is going
This
on?
is what my mama used to cook. I don't know what you're talking
And
about.
your
Right.
mother
Says the
watched Martha
nigga who
Stewart.
make fucking chili on Monday and eat it to the end of the month. Shut your ass up.
Wait, not too much
Them
on the
probably them
meal.
slices of
Not
bread
too
probably
Is
much.
that
thinner
like a
than a
white people
motherfucker.
struggle meal?
Them slices of bread probably thin as hell.
Lobster be so good, Miss Ramona. Mm.
Ain't
Jesus
it?
Christ. All
Lobster
right.
biscuits, not tomato soup.
We ain't talking about that though. We moved on to another soup.
Lobster
Would you like
biscuits
that one?
is yeah, absolutely.
Oh, okay. Jump on the biscuit train, goddamn it. Cause first you was trying to goddamn get off.
Don't they got tomatoes in it too?
No, I
So
don't got no damn tomatoes and lobster biscuits. What the? I'm going
so
to bed.
essentially I'm
Next thing you
surrounded
know, these niggas will be talking about Grey Poupon and hot dogs and shit.
I'm surrounded by cokeheads is what I'm hearing. This is you can y'all all y'all niggas is opioid things.
Pretty
Did
much.
you not hear the pizza part?
We don't want to hear the piece of part.
That part. They said a full on cheese pizza is the same thing as cooking that
Ain't
morphine
nobody
on your
drinking
damn.
no because you
Ask
need the milk
Linnell eat a
element, and
cheese
nobody
pizza
drinking
every
milk
other
with
day.
damn pizza.
You be surprised. Linnell probably is, child.
Lynell, you drink milk with pizza, bro?
But who the
No.
fuck is drinking milk with pizza?
Wait a
Please
minute.
expose
He just
yourself.
take his crack normal through the
Oh my
pizza.
God.
No, you need the
Please
Get
expose.
dairy.
y'all ass out. I need the dairy. It's per my blood type. I need the
The
dairy.
tomato nut.
A crackhead would say that.
But a pizza is kind of like grilled cheese with,
But
tomato
there's
sauce
no
or
milk
whatever.
to make
Think
it a
about it.
dope fiend.
But I
Facts.
think they're talking about the
They
cheese
are.
No,
being
you
like
need
the
the
milk, the
milk
milk
with it.
stuff being in the cheese, the casein
He
or whatever.
said the
He
cheese.
said milk.
Y'all old people losing y'all hearing. I'm gonna buy y'all some hearing aids for y'all birthdays. Cause
So, shout out to all my dope things. Hey Carlito, what the hell Giordano's got to do with what we talking about, bro? Nothing. Not a thing.
Isn't that where you go for your crack sometimes?
It's where I take
that
Oh
visitors
definitely
when
where
they
no.
he
come
go
to
for his
visit me
crap.
from out of town. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Lobster bisque has tomatoes in it.
All right. Um. All right. So yeah, man. Shout out to all my dope
Maybe
things.
the
Uh.
camels.
So apparently, um, the way I do things is how it's supposed to be done. But did y'all know that wiping after you poop apparently is a new thing? Like apparently this wasn't always a thing. Humans
You
didn't
just all over your
always.
place, huh?
And here
What
we
is
Yeah.
wrong
go.
with you?
You
They
just
didn't
all over the
always
place
wipe.
tonight.
Yeah, again, I didn't know. It's a news night. This is what we doing. Apparently,
And
wiping
you
after
sound
you
so
like
loose.
this is a
So
new thing.
news is something that happens in the public that everyone's interested, not
Facts.
something that you
You
learned.
thought this was new?
That's news
Dude,
to you.
hey, dude, Sovereign just said how.
That's because just because y'all like
You know what
shit,
I'm
don't make
saying? She wants to know how.
News
So
for who?
understand. Let's listen as to how this is a new thing.
When early humans pooped, they didn't have to wipe. And this was because they squatted instead of sitting, which helped everything come out quickly. And they also ate a lot of raw plants, which were full of fiber. This made their poop firm and dry, so nothing really stuck. But as we started eating softer, processed foods, our poop became stickier. Now, instead of coming out clean, it smears as it's pushed out, which means wiping is necessary.
See? So apparently, the type of food that was eaten, in addition to the way that you pooped, like when you squat down, it eliminated the need to wipe.
Okay,
It
I'm
was
gonna need the caveman interview audio,
we
please.
need the Geico
I
caveman to
don't
confirm
believe that.
this.
I don't believe that. They was walking around in fabrics and stuff. That's probably why they was smelling funky and stuff because they wasn't wiping their ass. You know what I'm saying? We had to teach folks how to take baths and stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I
buddy.
ain't got
But I can't
I ain't
I
got
can't
no
confirm
Neanderthal
though.
DNA.
I can't confirm though that squatting is a thing. So I took I got a stool that that prop my little legs up in the bathroom. It's a thing, yo. It definitely changes
Hey, squatting
things.
is definitely a thing.
They they sell them in Aldi. They call
Squatty
poops or
potty,
something like that.
yeah.
no,
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 Yeah,
squatting
that's
is
what it is.
definitely a thing because over there in India and in those Asian countries, they
I thought
squat to
they stand
poo.
up and shit. Like
Can y'all
just
hear me?
stand up.
Can y'all hear me? Over there in those Asian countries, they squat to poo and stuff like that. And then when we was in football, they had a stretch. It was called squat in the woods.
Right, but that's what I thought they just stand up. That's what I was saying, nigga. We
Hell
heard
no,
you.
they don't stand up. They squat
Cause
down.
I heard they toilets is just flat in the ground and they stand up and shit.
So when I was in Korea, when I lived in there, if you go to like the rural parts of Korea and you go to the parks, they would have like the old school, like you're saying, P, it's like a rectangular piece of porcelain that's dug in a rectangular shape in the ground, and you have to go there. And I will just say, it's horrible. I hate it. You never get used to it, and I was there for 2 years.
That's why yoga is important because if you're
You
doing
shouldn't
goddess pose, then you're able to squat in a way that lets your body just
you
release
shouldn't have
itself.
parked for
No.
2 years.
No,
Wait
in
a
the
minute.
rural parts of Korea, and actually some
Oh,
not so rural parts, but you come across it way more than you think. And I don't care what you say, Miss Melody, because I don't like it. And it's not even about the squatting; it's like the whole experience is
Well,
horrible.
most of us don't
You
like to shit in the middle of the room, just out and about. And you do have to like it's a different way of wearing your clothing. Can't wear the same stuff.
you gotta love how Miss Melody was able to just shamelessly plug yoga in there at some point.
she sure did crowbar some yoga in there. Like,
Did she lie
Always,
though?
ain't
always.
nobody even talking about yoga. She just
It's not
crowbarred
about the lie; it's about the shameless
be
plug.
like, hey, yo, Lynell, you like yoga with blueberries? Somebody say yoga.
it. That's so
I mean,
goodness.
to be fair, the squat is not natural. Like I had to learn, and not even for pooping. Like in Korea, it's called ajuma squat, like a grandma squat, because old people will do it a lot because it's more traditional. But they'll squat. You know how
They
you
sit
see
around
people wait for a
squatting,
bus?
talking around, just talking to each other in squats.
That's what I'm saying. Like they'll just squat on the ground and like just be talking. And that's the same position you need to be in when you hovering over that porcelain hole in the
That's
ground.
why they say they're talking shit.
Oh my God.
Contrary to Paige belief, squatting is kind of natural, actually.
Not like
Not even
that. Your
kinda.
hips
It
gotta
is
be
It
open,
natural.
is.
open.
So if you ever been camping without a toilet or something, you had to squat. Like when you squat, like it comes out. Like you don't gotta push really or nothing. Like it feels natural.
That's why I said popular to Paige belief, squatting.
It's how we used to sit and cook and talk before chairs came around. So your body does recognize it. It's just unnatural because we're westernized.
Hey, Lynell, how much shit we gonna talk
Yeah,
about?
I'm trying to pivot right now, bro. I'm like, you know what?
How you gonna pivot
I'm trying
and you
to
the one
pivot
that
right
started this
now.
Bruh.
scatological damn?
rabbit hole.
Bro, I just wanted y'all to know that, so getting a little stool in the bathroom, it works. We ain't got to talk about it, but a stool in the bathroom definitely makes it crack. Um,
And they sell them at Aldi.
I mean, dude, I don't even have a squatty potty. I just got a little stool that I found around here, and I was like, you know what? Let me see how it goes. Use it. Hey, no complaints. So yeah, man. Um, all right, let's pivot away from this. You know what? We're going from one shitty subject to another. All right, so California, this is for y'all. Cali is at it again. Right, I appreciate all you guys go through because this is wild right here.
Get this. The Attorney General of California, Rob Bonta, just announced that holiday shoppers should spy on department stores and report any business that doesn't have a gender-neutral toy aisle. These businesses will face fines from the state of California of $250 to start and $500 for repeat offenders. California, you've gone even crazier since Trump got elected.
Gender neutral toys are a must
I
in
mean, it's
California.
California. What can you expect? If motherfuckers ain't trying to, you know what I'm saying? If niggas ain't gonna do shit about it, what the fuck? I'm not gonna do it.
Gender neutral toys, you get fined for not having them. Shout out to Cali. See what else I
Don't
got.
they already have aisles of gender neutral toys? Like, isn't that already a
Yeah,
thing in toy stores?
They
yeah,
mandated it,
Unnecessary.
and they're trying to catch people that aren't following it.
exactly. So, I mean, for all them, for it's some people like, yeah, we not doing that. That's stupid and all that. They like, okay, don't worry about it. We got you. We
Yes,
got
Cali, you know what I'm saying, is one of them is like a state of delusion, literally. You might as well just, if you
you.
like to live in Lulu, there you have it.
Thing
The
is, it
damn
ain't
puzzle
even.
owl is a gender neutral owl.
I mean, the thing is, when you look at it, it's the politicians. It's not really the regular people for the most part. I mean, it's a lot of regular people, but it's the politicians, right? That are on this dumb shit. Yeah. Let's see. Let's see if we can dig into some current news. What we got going on? So yeah. So Trump did a press conference with his whole cabinet, right? It's to me it's just a circus, right? But um sometimes some interesting stuff comes out of it, right? So you got the whole cabinet there, Elon's there in the corner, like it's a thing. Uh but uh RFK was there. And so he said something that was real interesting. It's a 30-second clip. And normally I know I don't like to play a lot of RFK clips because his voice is, he working on it. But this clip today, like it should have been headline news, but they're not going to cover it. But what he said it was probably one of the wildest things ever said, especially about kind of the government and what they were doing. So this is him today at the press conference.
We have ended HHS as the role as the vector, the principal vector in this country for child trafficking. And during the Biden administration, HHS became a collaborator in child trafficking and for sex and for slavery. And we have ended that, and we're very aggressively going out and trying to find these children, the 300,000 children that were lost by the Biden administration.
He said 300,000 children had been lost by the Biden administration, and that HHS was the largest purveyor of child trafficking.
Well, damn.
So
Okay, hold on,
they're not
hold
gonna be
on.
lost.
What's HHS?
That's why I say thing.
Health and Human
Okay,
Services.
thank you.
They're not going to be lost. They know exactly where they delivered them kids. It's about getting the right people and putting them under pressure to tell where everything's at.
That's true. All right.
And remember,
But he said this out loud. This is conspiracy theory shit. This is shit that we talk about all the time.
and remember.
Right? This is, huh?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
This is Pizzagate type shit. Like we do whole shows about shit like this. Right? It was a congressperson, I think she was from Oklahoma, who literally said that that Child Protective Services was trafficking children and she got killed for trying to expose the system. Like the fact that he sat in the Oval Office or not over in the cabinet meeting and said this to the media is wild. And ain't nobody talking about it. They just here to call him crazy.
They act like they didn't even hear it.
They act like they didn't hear it. There was no reaction to it or shit.
That reminds me of when Eric Adams said there were 500,000 children that had sponsors in the country that they can't find. Remember he said that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's what that reminds me of.
And they don't cover it. La 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 la. I couldn't hear you. Back to Elon. He said the HHS is the largest. I'm gonna play it again for y'all. Play it again, just in case y'all didn't hear what he said.
We have ended HHS as the role as the vector, the principal vector in this country for child trafficking. And during the Biden administration, HHS became a collaborator in child trafficking and for sex and for slavery. And we have ended that, and we're very aggressively going out and trying to find these children, the 300,000 children that were lost by the Biden administration.
Wow, he said for sex and for
Yes.
wow.
When are they gonna
Yes.
start? When are they gonna start lining these people
And
up, man?
slavery. He was
When are they
lying.
gonna start lining them up?
Bull.
So that's what everybody's waiting on. Everybody's like, yo, we've been saying this for a minute. Who's getting arrested? Like we uncovering all of these crimes every day. Who's getting arrested?
Because all we see is people getting killed for speaking out.
We definitely see people getting killed.
Ain't no way in
But
hell you find out that HHS is the main motherfucker and you ain't got no names.
they definitely got names.
Who was the secretary there last administration? Why haven't they been
Wasn't
called
it
in front of Congress?
Rachel Levine? Was it her? Him? Her? Them?
That was the deputy secretary.
Oh.
That wasn't the main person. The trainee was the deputy. But yeah, that's definitely one of them. Somebody needs to come and answer some questions. Somebody need to be called in front of Congress to answer some questions. But you already know what they're gonna say. Oh, we don't know what you're talking about.
Xavier Becerra?
Mm.
Becerra.
Becerra?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Becerra.
Mm-hmm.
From 21 to 25, the whole 4 years. I think Xavier got a problem.
So you know what? I think Xavier was doing what he was getting paid to do, right? Which is mind his fucking business and keep delivering the kids to keep letting it happen.
It
Right?
doesn't. Does it say how they were doing this? Through what?
A
I believe
mechanism.
it was through the $400 billion. If I'm not mistaken, I got to go back and look at it. But there was something about the contracts that they gave out for like busing people,
Oh, okay.
busing the kids and stuff around. I believe that was part of the mechanism. And then there was like people that were like watchdogs were at like airports at like 3, 4 in the morning, and like two old white dudes would come in with like 12 kids, all of them like small, between 5 and 7 years old, to put them on. They got off a plane with them and get in a bus and be like, "Yo, where are you taking these kids? Who are you?" And they wouldn't answer, and they would just get in the car and leave. It was a lot going on back then.
It was wild.
And look, it's so many people, y'all, that be on TikTok. The girls be crying. They taking my kids. I didn't do blah blah wrong. Scoop, scoop, scoop. They just straight figure out reasons to take them kids. And that's that.
Well, the first mistake people do is open the door and talk to these people. You're not obligated to talk to nobody at your door. I don't understand why people get a knock on the door and because they see a uniform, automatically they open the doors and talk to these people.
Because they don't know. They really don't know. They're scared and they don't
See,
know that they
man,
don't have to.
people voluntarily lined up and got experiments injected into their veins,
Just treat them
right?
like
All
Jehovah's
because
Witness.
somebody
Y'all
in the
hide
white
from
coat,
them.
all because somebody in the white coat said that you got to do it, right? So when they bring the cops or they come real official to your goddamn crib, people get scared, right? They don't know. Hey man, stop talking to these motherfuckers. Hey, Jr., you know the two lawyers. They put ads on Facebook, and they just keep saying, "Don't answer questions." Right?
Oh
When you know what I'm talking about? When the
no,
they say
I've
when the
never been on
police,
Facebook, but it's funny.
Them two
No, it's
white lawyers, they do.
the
Yep.
pot lawyers. Where they tell you to shut the fuck up.
yeah, shut the fuck up. Like, stop talking. Like, they just keep yelling, "Stop talking to
Yeah.
cops." When the police pull you over, they say, "Stop talking to cops." And if they want to know this, stop talking to cops. Like that's their phrase. Stop talking to the cops. It's
No,
the
the
same thing. People don't know to stop
the
talking.
two dudes, they have the Shut the Fuck Up Fridays.
Yes, that's
That's
what
what
it's
they
called. Shut the
they
fuck
have.
up. Yes.
Yeah, it's hard. Yep. Yeah. Shut the fuck up.
Yes, that's great advice.
Yeah.
Just like that too.
Yeah.
So that way there's no misunderstanding.
Yeah, buddy.
I've told candidates that shut the fuck up. People always want to talk about like shut up.
Yo.
So, um, so speaking of shutting the fuck up and dragging people in front of Congress, this next story is a recurring theme, but we finally got to the crux of the matter. Okay, so for all you people who remember a little incident that happened on what's the date? Oh man, was it February 20? No, March no. Oh, January 6th. It happened on January 6th, right? 2020. No, it's 2021, right? There was a little protest that happened at the Capitol, right? A couple windows got broke, and then, people just kind of walked through the Capitol and, just kind of saw what was up.
A
And then,
little
yeah, it
protest.
was a little bitty protest. A couple people showed up outside the Capitol. Okay. Wasn't that big.
They're gonna go streaking through the quad.
Right. I mean, you've seen old school. It looked just like that. So, couple people, broke some windows. You know how white people get when they get together. It's a thing, right? Um, it and for some strange reason, people made a big deal out of it, right? They called it an insurrection, and they tried to impeach people. People went to jail, right? They had hearings. It was a thing, okay. And so since then, there's been conflicting narratives about what happened. Some people are saying it was an inside job. Some people saying that it was just a bunch of racist people getting together to overthrow the government on some 1776 type shit. Like, it's been the whole thing. Okay, so finally, um, there's been a report. Okay, so I don't know if you guys remember, but people have been asking questions because there have been accusations about what actually happened on January 6th. So this is Ted Cruz um asking, I think this lady was like the acting director or somebody or agent in charge. So he was talking to her. She wasn't even in the fucking at Congress. She was on the fucking screen when he was asking her questions. But this is him asking her exactly what happened on that day.
How many FBI agents or confidential informants actively participated in the events of January 6th?
Sir, I'm sure you can appreciate that I can't go into the specifics of sources and methods.
Did any FBI agents or confidential informants actively participate in the events of January 6th? Yes or no?
Sir, I can't answer that.
Did any FBI agents or confidential informants commit crimes of violence on January 6th?
I can't answer that, sir.
Did any FBI agents or FBI informants actively encourage and incite crimes of violence on January 6th?
Sir, I can't answer that.
The last two questions should have been answered no.
They should have definitely been answered no. Definitely. But they weren't. She said, hey, I can't answer that. So maybe, right? Maybe we're going to give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they were asking the wrong question, right? And so let's assume, you know what? Congress, they're not really bright. Again, they're politicians. They can't be all that bright, right? Maybe they were asking the wrong questions. And so this time, right, a congressman in person, he had somebody in chambers in person, and they were asking a different type of question. Similar, but a little different.
Those who were there in an undercover capacity on January 6th, how many were there?
Again, I'm not sure that I can give you that number as I sit here. I'm not sure there were undercover agents on scene.
I thought I heard you say you didn't know whether there were FBI agents or informants or human sources in the Capitol or in the vicinity on January 6th. Did I misunderstand you? I thought that's what you said.
Well, I referred very specifically to undercover agents.
Yeah. And so are you acknowledging then there were undercover agents?
As I sit here right now, I do not believe there were undercover agents on scene.
The director was hiding something, so Congress asked the question a different way. Listen.
Did you have confidential human sources dressed as Trump supporters inside the Capitol on January the 6th prior to the doors being open?
Again, I had to be very careful.
It should be a no. Can you not tell the American people no? We did not have confidential human sources dressed as Trump supporters positioned inside the Capitol.
Gentleman's time has expired.
You should not read anything into my decision not to share information.
Director Ray,
confidential human
gentleman's time.
All right. So they asked, did you have agents? And my man was like, agents, we did not have agents in the Capitol. I don't believe there were any undercover agents. So they were doing that menace to society thing, right? Well, yes, so you definitely dropped the bottle at 10 o'clock, right? You definitely dropped the bottle. Yes, I dropped it. It was 10 o'clock. And so then they came back and was like, well, you know what? Here, let's make this a little easier. Let's broaden it up. Did you have any informants, people that you associate with there pretending to be Trump supporters? See, I can't really answer that. Right? So now, don't nobody know shit. All of a sudden, when it comes to this January 6th shit, the biggest, they claim this is the biggest event since goddamn 1776. Right? The biggest attack on democracy is what they said. But they don't know if they had anybody there. They didn't say no. No, we didn't have nobody there. We didn't have no undercovers there. None. They didn't say no. Right? We don't know. And so the Democrats claim that anybody who says that, there was undercover agents there and FBI had agents there, those people are crazy conspiracy theorists.
Where do you think this idea comes from, that this was somehow done by the feds?
I heard that one of the debaters said it was an inside job. It's an inside job on the part of Donald Trump and his henchmen.
Republicans have blamed the FBI and said it was an inside job.
It certainly was not an inside job by FBI agents or Antifa. They go around blaming it on Antifa and FBI agents.
So obviously, it wasn't FBI agents there. Like all those questions that people were asking, all the insinuations, that's obviously untrue. Right? There's no reason to believe that. Right? So I'm glad we got that settled. Right? I just wanted to let you guys know that all the conspiracy speculation that's going on around January 6th being, a bunch of FBI agents at the Capitol, undercover, going inside the Capitol. Like, I wanted to put that to rest. And so I'm glad you guys showed up so that I can put that conspiracy to rest. Okay? And just for the sake of completion, the IG actually, that's the Inspector General. The Inspector General's office actually released a report confirming exactly what the Democrats just said.
Fox News alert, the Justice Department just released the bombshell report that we've been waiting for. What actually happened on January 6th? The FBI had 26 confidential human sources there that day. 26. A confidential human source is a guy the FBI pays to spy for them. Of the 26 confidential human sources who were in D.C. on Jan 6th, 4 entered the Capitol during the riot. An additional 13 entered the restricted area around the Capitol. So more than a dozen FBI spies participated in the so-called insurrection. A bunch of them broke into the Capitol. Their own Inspector General says this is what happened. But that's not what they told you when they testified under oath.
What? 26 is the number of informants that they had at the Capitol on January 6th. All right. Yeah, Meaty. They called them human resources, aka agents. Right? Snitches. All right. 26. Okay. 26 agents. Question is, what were they doing there? Which one of those people was there directing the crowd? All right,
In
so
unrestricted areas. I mean,
in the
restricted
restricted
areas. I
areas in
mean,
the
restricted.
Capitol,
Yeah.
who was there? Who? And the thing is, I think that 26 number is
It's
bullshit.
probably more, right?
Yeah, I think it's definitely more. So, in addition to the human sources, I think they also had some of the security on their side too. When you look at the security and the way they was acting, they was in on it. Anybody, like, if y'all really want to see some good footage and understand what actually happened, you can't look at Google. You got to go to Yandex, Rumble, go to BitChute, and just type in January 6th hoax. And there's some really, really good videos out there showing exactly what happened inside the Capitol. All right. So Tucker, like, if you're just looking at mainstream stuff, Tucker Carlson did a good job of
I think
breaking.
the craziest part of that whole situation is that the guy with the horns and the painted face that they made to be the master villain of this whole shit was actually directed and walked into the chambers by the fucking Capitol Police.
If you do, there's
He
video of
didn't know
that.
how to get there. So they said, "Oh,
They
we'll take
had to
you."
take him. They had to take him. There's video of that. He's called the what they call him, the something
And the
Viking or
whole time he
something.
went in there, he prayed. He prayed for the country.
So he didn't know how to get there, but they made him the mascot of January 6th.
Yep, that's the
Yo,
wildest shit I ever seen.
matter of fact, this is him right here. This they call him the January 6th Viking. Yeah, this is him right here talking.
Dangerous conspiracy theorist dressed in outlandish costume who led the violent insurrection to overthrow American democracy. For these crimes, Chansley was sentenced to nearly 4 years in prison, far more time than many violent criminals now receive. What did Jacob Chansley do to receive this punishment? To this day, there is dispute over how Chansley got into the Capitol building. But according to our review of the internal surveillance video, it is very clear what happened once he got inside. Virtually every moment of his time inside the Capitol was caught on tape. The tapes show that Capitol Police never stopped Jacob Chansley. They helped him. They acted as his tour guides. Here's video of Chansley in the Senate chamber. Capitol Police officers take him to multiple entrances and even try to open locked doors for him. We counted at least 9 officers who were within touching distance of unarmed Jacob Chansley. Not one of them even tried to slow him down. Chansley understood that Capitol Police were his allies. Video shows him giving thanks for them in a prayer on the floor of the Senate. Watch.
Thank you, Heavenly Father, for giving the inspiration needed to these police officers to allow us in this building.
Contrast the reality of what Jacob Chansley did in the Capitol building on January 6th. The industry.
So that's it's the shaman, the January 6th shaman. That good shit, Greg Poseidon. So he was escorted into the Capitol, escorted around, let through doors. But the way they make it seem is like, oh, he ran up in there and was wilding. Like I said, when you actually see the video of what happened, there's no way you can think, oh yeah, this is some like this is just some organic shit. It didn't happen. Right? And yeah, the last thing about the shaman dude, I played a clip of him about a month ago, and he was talking about neuro-linguistic programming. Like when you actually listen to this dude, hey, he on some shit. He sound like one of us. This him right here.
Psychological operations are largely based on 3 factors. Number 1 is neuro-linguistic programming. That is the use of certain words, linguistics, to program the neurons or the pattern of neurons in the brain, in particular the subconscious portion of the brain, to affect the way that a person consciously perceives reality. Okay? Number 2, you have something called critical factor bypass. Critical factor bypass is where you saturate the entirety of the environment in the media, newspapers, magazines, television shows, in the corporate world, in banking, you name it, in schools, colleges. You saturate all of them with a very specific message, and you repeat it over and over and over and over again. Okay? Now, what happens then is that the subconscious mind, because it sees it everywhere, it assumes that it must be true, that this has to be real because it's everywhere in the environment. So it programs, once again, the subconscious mind to affect the way the conscious mind perceives reality. Now, based on neurolinguistically programming the individual and mass neurolinguistically programming the populations through critical factor bypass, why they call it that is because your critical thinking is bypassed because it's programmed in the subconscious brain. That creates something called mass formation hypnosis, okay, where 25 to 30% of the population believes this external stimuli, believes and is programmed by this material.
They're just sheeple.
Okay. So in order for mass formation hypnosis to occur, that 25 to 30% of the population has to gain some sort of heightened level of radicalism where they scream the loudest and then they get a hold of the levers of power, right? Now, when it comes down to stopping this process from happening, all you need is 5% or more of the population to not become hypnotized and say, no, this is ludicrous. You are nuts. We are not doing that. Now, we've seen the effects of mass formation hypnosis, critical factor bypass, and neurolinguistic programming in Nazi Germany. We saw it with the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia and the USSR. We saw it in the Red Revolution in China and the Chinese Communist Party, okay? So we've seen the effects of this process, and it is psychological warfare, okay? Now, when it comes to Q and the Q operation, and the reason I say it's a psychological operation is this. This is how it differs. The Operation Mockingbird media, what I call the Mockingbird media, Operation Mockingbird, CIA infiltrating the media outlets, right? So the Mockingbird media uses the techniques I just laid out to program the populations so that they can use this propaganda to go to war. And then they can transfer public money into private hands. You see? So it's a whole scheme.
Yo, that was the Jan 6 shaman breaking down neuro-linguistic programming. That dude is lit.
So why was he there?
he was there to demonstrate. Like, I think he was there on some like official, not official. I think he was there authentically to fucking protest what happened. I think a lot of people was there to authentically protest what happened. I don't think everybody was. I think a lot of them dudes came like to let their
He
voices
wanted
be
to be
heard.
part of the 5%.
Right. Right. And I think in his mind, those people there were part of the 5% that he's talking about that are raising their voices to try to stop the sheep from being fucking from running amok.
Hmm.
And so I think a lot of people are like that. I think a lot of critical thinkers go to stuff like that to let their voices be heard and to show that we here. Right. So I think that's a real thing.
But it's also important to people realize that that's why you got to be careful with what you consume, because they bypass your mechanisms. There's no way to protect yourself from that shit. Not saying you're going to eliminate all outsourcing of information, but you have to be careful what you consume.
But they showed him around. Like, why? Because when you look at the video, it looks like, like
It's
they're
called a
specifically.
setup. He got lined up.
Oh.
It's called they lined him up. All right. It's a thing. It happens in real life.
You
He
don't think
got
he
lined.
should have known better than to, let them show him around?
I think he thought, like everybody else thought, like, all that shit is videotaped. It's cameras everywhere. Like when you actually see what he didn't do anything. And he was with the security guards.
Which is why they wouldn't release any of the tapes.
Right. So he wasn't walking around by himself. He didn't get into the chamber by himself.
Oh,
He
I
was with
know.
security.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, for him to talk the way he's talking, what we just heard, and for him to trust that he's there to protest what happened, but then you're being shown around. Like, I would be suspicious of that.
Maybe he did it to prove his point. It was the perfect example of what they said, people running with it, and then the truth being totally different. It's kind of his experiment in real life, isn't it?
Yeah, but
Okay, well, when you put it like that, I can go with that. But yeah, it just seems I would be suspect a little bit.
let's see. You know what? Let's look at a couple of things. So, since we already in this lane, let's look at. So, remember a few weeks ago, I knew I should have played this for y'all a few weeks ago. I didn't know where I put it. So this is one of them clips I should have played when we did the World War II, right? But we were talking about the narratives coming out of World War II, right? Like how people are incentivized to perpetuate the narrative, right? So this is one of those people who is monetizing the false narrative. So this guy wrote a book. He wrote a book about being in a concentration camp, right? So it's an old Jewish guy. He wrote a book about his experience in a concentration camp. All right. And he published the book. But something a little strange.
Why did you do it? Why did you tell such a big lie to so many people for so long?
It wasn't a lie. It was my imagination. And in my imagination, in my mind, I believed it. Even now I believe it.
How can you say it wasn't a lie? It wasn't true, and you know it's not true.
Yes, it's not true. But in my imagination, it was true.
Rosenblatt says he made the story up to give people hope and to promote understanding about the Holocaust. But members of his own family say his real motivation was money.
So you were not motivated in any way by money?
No.
This is from your son. He said that he knew you were lying for years and he couldn't get you to stop. And here's his quote. "It was always hurtful. My father is a man who I don't know. How do you respond to that?
I don't know. I can't respond to it. I don't know why he said it.
Herman and Roma Rosenblatt told their false story publicly for more than a decade, but it all fell apart about 6 weeks ago.
Why did your wife agree to go along with this? Did she ever express any
Because
reservations?
she loves me.
Bruh.
Hey, what story that was again? My bad.
About him
I
being
just
in the
got back.
Holocaust, that he was a Holocaust survivor.
Damn.
Ain't that usually how that works?
How good did the book sell?
I don't know. I didn't look
He
it
said he wasn't motivated by money. It was.
up. Yo.
He said he really believed it in his imagination.
In my mind, it was true.
Hey, yo, I was like, yo, is he a trans man?
Yo, that's the thinking, though. That's the freaking thinking, right? That's how they approach it. You know what? It's not in my mind. It's true,
That is the level of delusion that you got to be on.
right? So again, like people are incentivized to go with this lie. Like this lie is not like, and people are always like, well, why are all these people lying? For money. They're lying for fucking money because they get paid. The profit motive is powerful, very powerful. In his mind, it's true.
He said his wife went along because she loves me. Like, what are you talking about?
She loved the money too. You know what I'm saying? Josh, you have something you wanted to say about this one, bro?
Yeah, I just wanted to know what the lie was. I got in
Yeah.
mid
He
flow.
lied about being a Holocaust survivor.
Oh, just being a Holocaust survivor, not bigger picture deception.
What you mean a bigger picture deception? What do you mean?
Like his own personal experience. He lied about the conditions that he went through, as
Yeah.
opposed
So
to
he
trying to
said he was
claim
in the
that others.
Holocaust. Yeah, he said
Okay.
he said he was there. He was in the concentration camps.
Okay, but he's not making bigger claims about the validity of other stories and
Well, no, he's trying to
observations.
put his stories with the other stories. He's saying, "Yo, oh no, we was all there. I was there too. We was all getting fucked up." You know what I'm
Okay,
saying?
makes sense.
Yeah. All right, cool. All right, so I meant to tell y'all that back when we did the whole story about World War II. All right, thought that was pretty interesting. All right, so a lot of times people say the quiet part out loud, right? When we when you let people talk, especially when they get around their own people, they say the quiet part out loud. All right. And so I think this is Larry, Larry Finkelstein? Who's the BlackRock, the president of BlackRock CEO? I think it's Larry Finkelstein is the name. Larry something. Almost certain that's his name. This is my man Larry talking about
Larry Fick.
Is what?
It's Larry Fick.
Fick?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. This is my man Larry Fick. What's this thing? The CEO of BlackRock, right? Talking about, you know what? Maybe it's too many people on the planet.
I could argue in the developed countries, the big winners are countries that have shrinking populations. Okay, that's something that most people never talked about. We always used to think shrinking population is a cause for negative growth. But in my conversations with the leadership of these large developed countries that have xenophobic immigration policies, they don't allow anybody to come in, shrinking unemployment, shrinking demographics, these countries will rapidly develop robotics and AI and technology. And if the promise, I didn't say it's going to happen, but if the promise of all that transforms productivity, which most of us think it will, we'll be able to elevate the standard of living of countries and the standard of living of individuals, even with shrinking populations. And so the paradigm of negative population growth is going to be changing. And the social problems that one will have in substituting humans for machines is going to be far easier in those countries that have declining populations. And so for those countries that have rising populations, the answer will be education, and so rapidly developing. For those countries that do not have a foundation of rule of law or education, they're going to be left. That's where the divide's going to get more and more extreme. And unfortunately,
Yeah. So you know what? If you have a shrinking population, then we can go ahead and integrate you guys with technology. So we don't need all of you people here, right? So when you got all those people, you got to educate them, you got to get them to do stuff. But when you have a shrinking population, see, there's benefits to that, right? And so remember, they've been pushing this for a long time, right? They've been pushing um, the shrinking population. Yo, it's too many people here. So we got too many people. We don't have enough food. We don't have enough resources. So we gotta kill off some people. The secret is, and I'm gonna do a show about this. The secret is that they're lying about the population. I was talking to somebody the other day um, about the numbers that they say, and I actually asked Parsa because somebody was like, "Yo," somebody said that they thought they saw a report that China's population had halved during COVID because they're ordering half of the salt and half of the sugar. The country is ordering 50% of the salt, 50% of the sugar that they ordered before the pandemic. And so they attributed that to the decline in population. I'm like, I don't think that happened. I don't think they lost half their population, right? But hold on.
Oh, somebody getting shot again.
No. So
Hey,
they
that would make sense to all the ghost cities that they have. They have
no,
cities,
so yeah, but those cities were never populated,
so they say, right?
right? Yeah. I don't think they lost half their population. One, I don't think they ever had as many people as they claim. So I asked Parsa, I was asking Parsa this shit, and I was asking Hanson. Hanson is a Chinese national, he's from China. Parsa's in China right now. I was like, yo, do you think there's a billion people over there? Parsa was like, nah, I don't think so. Right. And I asked Hanson. I'm like, yo, Hanson, do you think China has a billion people? The number on record is 1.4. So Hanson was like, yeah, I don't think so. Right? So I think China has been inflating their numbers for years. I don't think they ever had a billion people. Right?
But wouldn't that work against them? Because the bigger your population, the bigger your GDP has to be, so you don't look crazy.
I think they do it just to be grandiose. Like, the
Oh,
bigger,
like the
the
moon
more.
landing.
Exactly. Exactly. Right? I think they do it just to make themselves seem bigger, right? Where same thing. I think same thing with America, right? I think just overall everybody skyrocket. Like I think everybody's inflating their numbers, and because for years, right, for years, there's been a state of population decline, but they haven't been talking about it, right? So the American way of life is population decline. You know what I'm saying? It's fine. I get it. Hold on. Yeah, so the American way of life is meant for population decline, right? When you think about it, if two people get married and they have one kid, that's population decline. Dude, if a man and a woman get together and they have two kids, that's maintaining population. That's not even increasing. So, and that's what they push. Oh, white picket fence with two kids. That's only maintaining, right? And this has been happening for years. Think about your friends and how many kids your friends have. Right? Think about people you know and how many kids they have. How many people do you know with no kids? How many people you know with one kid? Right? Anybody you know with one kid, that's population decline. No kids, one kid, population decline. Dude, think about this. And I was thinking about this the other day. If one dude has 5 kids with 5 different women, right? That's 6 people created 5 kids. Population decline. You know what I mean? Like, they've been promoting this for a while, right? And they make it seem like, oh no, everybody's having all these kids. But when you actually look at the numbers and how they're structured, no, it's population decline. So it's been like this for years. And they haven't been like, it's not something you really think about it. But the country's populations have been dwindling, especially in Western countries like in Europe and America, right?
Man,
China.
it's 8 million people in New York, bro.
Yo, yeah, in New
What you
York.
talking about?
In
No
New York.
population decline in New York or New Jersey.
Yeah. But
Well,
I
just
don't
like
think
I just wanted to say, just like Bill Gates said, if you do a real good job with vaccines and reproductive health, you can lower that number by 10 to
so
15%.
you talking about in Africa, where you might get a man and a woman and they'll have 5, 6, 7 kids, right? But in here, nope, not even. Right? Not even. Yo, this dust around here has got me fucking sneezing. All right, so that's that. Right? So they're promoting population decline. All right. They're looking for it. They've been looking for it. So not only that, so one of the World Economic Forum young global leaders, she was the prime minister of New Zealand. I forget this lady's name. I had it written down somewhere. But in the midst of all the chaos at my house, somebody get me her name. The chick that would look like a cokehead.
Oh, the one during COVID?
Yeah.
Okay, let me
The
find her.
one that be sniffing just like
I know
Zelensky.
I know who you're talking about. Hold on.
Yeah. She got a horse face. So
Jacinda Ardern.
Kamala Harris?
no. Say it again, Josh.
Jacinda Ardern.
There you go. You met her before, Josh? You ever met
Yeah.
her? Yo, tell the truth. Does she do coke?
I don't know her like that. I just met her at an event over in Geneva.
When you seen her, was she sniffing?
I mean, I had like a 5-minute conversation with her. Not something I noticed.
You didn't? Did you pay attention? You didn't know she was doing that cokehead sniff like Zelensky be doing? Nah.
Come on, man. Coke's a fun time.
So she was. That was the 5 minutes you met her. I got you. All right. So remember, she's a World Economic Forum young global leader. So all the shit she talks about is
Linnell, you got to be better at KYP.
all the stuff she talks about is stuff that she learned and was groomed to kind of perpetuate from Klaus and his buddies. All right. So this is my girl, what's it? Jacinda Ardern.
This week, we launched an initiative alongside companies and nonprofits to help improve research and understanding of how a person's online experiences are curated by automated processes. This will also be important in understanding more about mis- and disinformation online, a challenge that we must, as leaders, address. Sadly, I think it's easy to dismiss this problem as one in the margins. I can certainly understand the desire to leave it to someone else. As leaders, we're rightly concerned that even the most light touch approaches to disinformation could be misinterpreted as being hostile to the values of free speech that we value so highly. But while I cannot tell you today what the answer is to this challenge, I can say with complete certainty that we cannot ignore it. To do so poses an equal threat to the norms we all value. After all, how do you successfully end a war if people are led to believe the reason for its existence is not only legal but noble? How do you tackle climate change if people do not believe it exists? How do you ensure the human rights of others are upheld when they are subjected to hateful and dangerous rhetoric and ideology? The weapons may be different, but the goals of those who perpetuate them is often the same: to cause chaos and reduce the ability of others to defend themselves, to disband communities, to collapse the collective strength of countries who work together. But we have an opportunity here to ensure that these particular weapons of war do not become an established part of warfare. In these times, I'm acutely aware of how easy it is to feel disheartened. We are facing many battles on many fronts, but there is cause for optimism, because for every new weapon we face, there is a new tool to overcome it. For every attempt to push the world into chaos is a collective conviction to bring us back to order. We have the means. We just need the collective will.
Bruh. So that was a long way of saying we have to censor the internet, right? People are out here just saying shit, and it's causing problems for us, right? So she said this a while ago, because she's not even the prime minister no more. So they had been talking about censoring the internet, okay? So everybody who's been around me knows, right? The way I see what's going on in this world is there's a battle, right? There's a war being fought between the globalists, right, and the nationalists. So there's a global agenda being pushed to bring us towards the one world government that my man Josh happily serves. Ain't that right, Josh?
Yes, sir.
Josh is a globalist, right? He's got a position at the UN where he's a satellite engineer for Amazon, right? He's one of them, right? That's why I like having him around. We need one of them around to let us know what's going on. You know what I'm saying? We got to have one of them around. All right. So Josh is a proud globalist. For 40 years, the globalists ran this country, right? And so they're losing the grip on this country, right? They're losing the grip on it. It's not completely gone, but it's getting weaker. And there are sentiments of growing dissension in other countries, especially in the UK. Not the UK, but the EU, I should say. There are countries around the EU that are showing signs of leaning the same way we're leaning. Okay? And so, like when events happen that are out of their control, they lose their shit. And so all of this that I'm looking at reminds me of it's like a movie I love, V for Vendetta. Y'all seen V for Vendetta? If you haven't seen V for Vendetta, you got to watch it. So ever since I saw the movie, like everything happened in that movie, I watched play out in real life. It's like I keep watching it over and over and over again in real life. And so as like I'm looking at this shit and I'm just seeing the parallels between what went on in the movie and what's happening right now. Okay? And so what's going on right now, it kind of reminds me of the movie, right? when the chancellor was talking. Get me? And so this is a scene out of the movie when after V blew up the that building in the beginning. It's called the Old Bailey. After he blew up the building, this is the chancellor saying how they were going to handle the news and the public.
Gentlemen, you have had 4 hours. You had better have results. Mr. Creedy.
The Bailey area is quarantined. All significant witnesses have been detained.
Good. Mr. Etheridge.
A recording device was found wired into the central emergency broadcast system. The DCD was Tchaikovsky's 1812 overture.
Add it to the blacklist. I never want to hear that music again.
Yes, sir. We also doubled our random sweeps and are monitoring a lot of phone surveillance, indicating a high percentage of conversation concerned with the explosion.
Mr. Dascombe, what are we doing about that?
We're calling it an emergency demolition. We have spin coverage on the network and throughout the interlink. Several experts have been lined up to testify against the Bailey's structural integrity.
I want Prothero to speak tonight on the dangers of these old buildings and how we must avoid clinging to the edifice of a decadent past. He should conclude that the new Bailey will become the symbol of our time and the future that our conviction has rewarded us.
Bruh. So the first thing I thought about was when he was talking about what they're going to do with the news. Like, all right, look, tell dude on the news, this is what we want said about it. Okay? So everybody saw it happen, right? But what we have to control what they think about it. We have to control the narrative, right? And so that's what it was all about. Like, he immediately went into, oh no, we just got to control the narrative. It doesn't, this thing happened. I didn't want it to happen. Now that it did happen, we got to control the narrative. Get me? So when people were thinking, oh no, we destroyed it ourselves. No terrorists did it. We did that. We did it because it was time to let go of the past and move towards the future. Right? And we hear that shit all the time. Right? So anytime something happens in this world, that's the same thing they do. Literally the same thing they do. They do it with the news, they do it with the police reports, all of that shit. Theo Epstein, main accuser, was suicided last week. Even though she said, hey, yo, I'm not suicidal at all. She dies, and what do we get? Oh, she committed suicide. Nigga, what? That actually happened in the movie, too. Somebody got killed, and they was like, oh, yeah, he died, of a heart attack in his sleep. What? Like, they do this shit in real life. And then the other thing that was interesting in what he said was, like, I don't know if you ever seen the movie, but he talked about, oh, we're monitoring phone conversations, meaning that they just listen to everybody's conversations in the whole country. They listen to everybody's conversations, and they gauge the mentions and what the sentiment is about what's happening. And they literally do that in real life. They monitor the internet. They monitor text messages. And they see, all right, what's the sentiment about what's going on in life, about these events. And whatever they're gauging the sentiment is by they literally monitor. They monitor the internet. And so the things that they're not controlling, the places where they're not controlling the narrative, they're looking to see, all right, what's the public saying about these things? What's the public saying about them? And so if the public, the organic sentiment is going the wrong way, then they have to manipulate the sentiment. They start pumping propaganda. Get me? They start pumping propaganda. And so they'll hear some shit like this, right? So this happened in real life. This is a real life conference. Okay? This happened in real life. This is not in a movie. This clip I'm finna play for you right now happened in real life. This is a real life speech from a person at a conference.
Every culture that's tried to destroy us has vanished, while the Jewish people has survived. What's kept us going through the centuries? Staying true to what we are. The West is paralyzed before the Islamist death cult that threatens it, because the West is itself gripped by a cultural death wish. The Western culture that stands against the Jews is going down. The West will survive only if it decides to love itself and if it decides to love us, the Jewish people, instead of disdaining us and trying to erase what makes the Jewish people special and what's made the West special too.
Bruh. What did she say? They must love us. That's at the JNS conference. Guess what that stands for? All right. So she's talking about, oh, they must love us. Right? We can't just let them go around not loving us. We have to show them how, like, we're important here. All right? And so they're monitoring what happened. All right? And they know, oh man, these people aren't loving us. We got to change it. What does JNS stand for? Jewish News Syndicate. These are newspapers. Right? These are your newspapers. All right? These are the newspapers, and they're controlled by who? Everybody say it with me now. Let's see. Where you at?
The satanic Jews.
All right. So when I heard the V for Vendetta clip, right? Thinking about that's funny. So thinking about what's going on. So remember, the globalist agenda is being put forth by the Zionist. Right? You got to understand that. The globalist agenda is being put forth by the Zionist. All right? And the Zionists are trying to get control of what's going on with the media. Right? The Zionists are trying to get control of what's going on with the media. All right? So not only that, but they're also, hold on, let me see, where is it at? Watch this. So not only do they want to know, but they are, this is what they're doing.
In addition to my work leading the Israel public policy team, I created a new role specifically focused on the Jewish diaspora. It is a privilege to represent Meta to Jewish communities worldwide. I am proud that Meta's commitment to addressing anti-Semitism on our platforms has remained steadfast, especially after October 7th. Our policies are industry-leading in protecting Jewish people and Israelis on our platforms. Our community standards include policies that prevent harassment, violence, and incitement, and include a robust framework to combat anti-Semitism. Our hateful conduct policy includes specific protections for Israelis and Jews. We banned Holocaust denial and distortion back in 2020. We changed industry thinking on this issue, designating denial as hate speech rather than misinformation. It wasn't just about facts, it was about protecting people from harmful conduct. We banned content with harmful stereotypes about Jews, such as the claim that Jews run the world or other major institutions. We updated our policies to recognize that the term Zionist can be used as a proxy for Jews and Israelis. We banned content claiming Zionists run the world or control the media, and we do not allow for dehumanizing comparisons of Zionists. It's a delicate balance between safety and expression. My role is to ensure that the voices of Israelis and the Jewish community are heard in this policymaking process.
A fucking yo. Couple of things, right? She said they were working with They worked with social media groups to get Holocaust denial. So simply questioning if the Holocaust happened is hate speech. Let that shit sink in. What other event in this world is it hate speech to say, hey, did that thing happen the way that it was told to us? Think about that, right? You gotta let that shit sink in, right? You gotta let that shit sink in. Simply saying, you know what? I don't think the numbers are adding up is hate speech. So it's not just conspiracy theory, it's hate speech. This explains why a lot of us got in trouble for talking about a lot of this stuff. Accounts got banned and closed down and suspended because they reclassified talking about the Holocaust in a truthful manner as hate speech. Okay. The other thing is, so anybody who listens to me know that because I know Jewish people, right? It's Jewish people in this room right now, right? And they're cool. There are lots of Orthodox Jews who do not like Zionism, right? And so I like to make a very clear distinction between the Jewish people and Zionist, because Zionism has nothing to do with the Jewish people per se, even though it's majority ran by Jews for the Jewish people. But I like to be clear and distinct when I talk about these things because I recognize that Zionism is separate from the Jewish religion. And so what did she do? She said that Zionist is a proxy for Jews. So she connected them when they're clearly very different. They're not the same. Jewish is a religion. Zionism is a political ideology. They are not the same. But she wants to make it clear that when people talk about Zionists, they're talking about Jews because that's how the Zionists hide. That's how they're able to hide behind Jewish people who want nothing to do with Zionism by marrying it together so that the Zionists can claim that, oh no, they're hiding, they're attacking the Jewish people. Even when you say, no, we just talking about the Zionists. Well, that's Zionists are all the Jewish people, right? This is how they keep the confusion going. This is how they hide in plain sight. When you make it clear who the problem is, they like to muddy the waters, right? And so that's what she was saying in her speech. So no, Zionism is a proxy word for Jews and Israelites. No, it's not. Zionism is a political ideology. Jewish is a religion, and Israelites are the people that live in Israel. Like, these are different people, not the same at all. Yeah, Ramon, it's the gaslight. It's a hell of a gaslight. And so it's coming. And so when I hear these things, like I go back to the V for Vendetta, Chancellor, right? And that's what I hear. All right. I hear the Chancellor from V for Vendetta, and he's saying shit like
Spare
this.
us your professional annotations, Mr. Finch. They are irrelevant.
Apologies, Chancellor.
Gentlemen, this is a test. Moments such as these are matters of faith. To fail is to invite doubt into everything we believe, everything that we have fought for. Doubt will plunge this country back into chaos, and I will not let that happen. Gentlemen, I want this terrorist found, and I want him to understand what terror really means. England prevails.
That's what I hear when I hear that shit. All right. So when he was like, "Yo, this is a test. I want you to find the terrorist, and he must understand, you know, what it means to be a terrorist, and he got to know that not to fuck with us." That sounds like this to me.
A majority of Gen Z have an unfavorable impression of Israel. And my friends, I think the reason of that is that we're losing the digital war. Okay, they're getting their information from TikTok and X, whatever it is, and we're losing that war. When you think about it, the masters of the universe are Jews. You know, we've got Altman at AI, we got Zuckerberg, we got Sergey Brin, we got the whole group across the board. Jan Combs, you know, founded WhatsApp. It's us. And we have to figure out a way to win the digital battle. Amelia, we got to get our digital sneakers on so that the truth can prevail over the lies. And when we do that, the future of Israel will be stronger because a majority of all Americans will support Israel. We'll make that happen. We have to make it happen. Thank you. Baruch Hashem. Thank you.
Bro, so keep in mind, all of this is at the same fucking conference. The one where in the last clip, old girl was said that it's a hate crime to say that Jews run the world. And then in the very next speech, my man comes and says, "We're the masters of the universe." The same stage. You gotta be kidding me. You can't make this shit up. They said it to the same crowd. And now those people are going to try to come out to regular life and say this bullshit to you. And then when you say, do what you said ain't making no sense, they're going to call you stupid. Or call you, oh, this hate speech. You can't say that. Nigga, you just said it. You're the master of the universe, but saying it is hate speech.
Right. That's
Yo, you can't make this shit up.
psychotic stuff.
You can't make this shit up. All right. So, I'm saying this like, and it's funny to me, but there's some real shit that comes behind this. Okay. So globalism, aka Zionists, because Zionists are the perpetuators of globalism. Globalism is taking a hit. The United States moving away from globalism and towards a more nationalistic stance in their policies and in our thinking. That's the real problem, is that what's being demonstrated is that America is nationalist in its thinking. We're like, yo, we're America. We got to act like America. We got to do things for America, not for the fucking world. That's a hit to globalism. And they're feeling it. Right? And so is just like, so this again, back to V for Vendetta, right? So this reminds me of the speech after V. What did V do? V sent, this is when he sent the mask to everybody, right? And the chancellor was like, you know what? You know what needs to happen, right? Because everybody was feeling V. They was excited about him, right? Um, they were tired of the government. They didn't like the way it was going. They felt like it was oppressive. Kind of like I felt about this. That's literally how I felt about globalism, right? That's what we've been up here talking about for the last 4 years. Globalism and all the problems with it and what they're trying to do to us. And so in the movie, it was the same thing. And so there was somebody who came out of that, who arose and stood up against globalism. And the chancellor saw that, this is what the people want. They don't want what we're doing. They want that. They want to be free from us, which is what's going on in the world. That's why the election of Trump signaled a change to everybody in the world. That's when you had the dude Georgescu in Romania, who won the election. You had old girl in France, who they arrested and made sure she couldn't run for politics. There's a lot of places in the world. My man, he was just up here from what was that South American country that they shipped that dude to? The president was just here. What's that guy? Ecuador, right? So there are leaders all around the world who are in the same vein. And the globalists hate that shit. It was El Salvador. Thank you.
No, you're right. Yeah, that's all right.
Right? Who the globalists, they're like, oh shit, wait, we losing our grip. And so we got to do something. And that literally reminded me of when the chancellor was saying this shit.
What we need right now is a clear message to the people of this country. This message must be read in every newspaper, heard on every radio, seen on every television. This message must resound throughout the entire interlink. I want this country to realize that we stand on the edge of oblivion. I want every man, woman, and child to understand how close we are to chaos. I want everyone to remember why they need us.
Bruh, that's literally what's going on in globalist meetings right now. Right? When you, at Davos, the World Economic Forum, they're talking all of this shit. This is what they're talking about. Right? They're like, hey, they moving away from us. Right? We need to show them like why they need us.
Pay insufficient attention to the frightening scenario of a comprehensive cyber attack, which would bring to a complete halt to the power supply, transportation, hospital services, our society as a whole. The COVID-19 crisis would be seen in this respect as a small disturbance in comparison to a major cyber attack.
So that was Klaus Schwab talking about, a major cyber attack would dwarf the COVID-19 pandemic. It would dwarf it, right? They've been talking about this for a long time, all right? What if a major cyber attack happened and all these things, right? The society would come to a halt, right? Klaus Schwab called it a black swan event.
And the last factor I want to mention is resilience, the capability to bounce back, because there will be certainly what we call the black swans, the unpleasant surprises which will come in our way.
Endless surprises will come in our way. You have to be able to bounce back. So to me, I'm gonna tell you, the black swan event he's talking about was a major power with a non-globalist fucking president. That's the black swan event to the WEF. But they've been preaching to the world that, oh no, something could happen to the energy grid. We could be hacked, right? The power could go out. We could be thrown, a curveball in society. Dude, they've been doing this shit so hard. They've been pushing it so hard. In the EU, they even gave out survival kits. They were pushing for everybody to have a survival kit.
What's in my bag? Survival edition. First up, my glasses. Super important if you want to see what is happening or not. Next, my document in a waterproof pouch, a must in a rainy Brussels. Now, let's talk about lighting. I have a flashlight. If you don't forget the matches and, of course, the light. And water, of course, because water is life. And my special friend, a Swiss Army knife. 18 tools in only one knife. A must-have. And don't forget your medication. You might need it, because you never know. And don't forget something to eat. You might be hungry, very hungry. And of course, some cash. In the middle of a crisis, cash is king. And your credit card might just be a piece of plastic, a charger, and a power bank. Because a dead phone is a dead end. Playing cards, bit of distraction, never hurt anyone. And don't forget a radio. The smaller one. This is everything you need to survive the first 72 hours of a crisis. Speaking about being prepared, the EU is preparing its strategy to be sure that every citizen is safe in case of crisis. Be prepared, be safe.
Bruh. That was in March. We're in April. That was in March.
Last month?
Yes. In March, the EU put out ads about making sure you have a survival kit. That music was loud as shit, though. Like, it drowned out what she was saying a lot of times. But they're pushing, oh, you never know what will happen. And then what happened? That was in March. In April, what happened? What just happened? So remember, right? This is what they want.
What we need right now is a clear message to the people of this country. This message must be read in every newspaper, heard on every radio, seen on every television. This message must resound throughout the entire interlink. I want this country to realize that we stand on the edge of oblivion. I want every man, woman, and child to understand how close we are to chaos. I want everyone to remember why they need us.
And the power goes out in 3 countries: Spain, Portugal, and parts of France. The power goes out in 3 fucking countries. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Just as the world is moving away from them, the world is moving towards a more nationalistic, anti-globalist agenda. They cut the power out. People were stranded on trains, away from their homes for a long time. Entire countries' power went out. And at first, they blamed this shit on solar flares. Y'all see that shit? Bruh. They blamed that shit on solar flares. They
I mean,
said it was a geomagnetic storm from the sun.
Linnell, have you looked into the Carrington event at all?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm familiar with the Carrington event. You want to talk about it? Go ahead. Tell everybody what the Carrington
Yeah,
event is.
basically in the 1860s, there was a big enough solar storm that it fried like telegraph wires all over the world, like sparks coming off of sparks, like so much energy coming from the sun that it fucked with the Earth's magnetic field to the point where it like fried electronics, sort of like a global EMP. Um, and yeah, it's actually the thing that keeps me up at night. We're due for another one based off of solar activity. And so yeah, if the whole world gets plunged into darkness, eesh, It's something that I think will probably happen within my lifetime.
So this, like, I had this flat earth conversation a lot. Okay. And most of the time, when people are having a flat earth conversation with me and they're really, really new to it, they'll say, why does it matter? Right? Why does it matter? It's two questions that they say. They'll say, why would they lie? And why would it matter? Those are the two things they always ask, like people who are brand new to it. Like, why does it matter if the earth is flat or if it's not flat? What does that matter? Right? And so this is one of those places where it matters. Right? So because I understand what's going on, like where we live, and I understand who's doing it, right? And because I dig into history a lot, that narrative doesn't jive with me, especially because I look into resets all the time, right? I'm always looking at the evidence of the resets, and none of that shit is ever natural. It's somebody who did something, right? The 1860, oh, it was all this electronic, the electromagnetism, this, that, and the other. That's a weapon. That's a fucking weapon. That sounds like reset shit. Especially when you understand that, the entire world had fucking energy back then. All these buildings had energy. Like, there was a thing going on. There was a whole grid, energy grid. And that shit got cut off. That sounds like a weapon. Somebody attacked and cut everything off on purpose. And that's how we ended up in a situation we're in now. This is literally when it matters that you understand where you live and the history of this place. Because people will try to sell you on, oh no, it was magnetic storms from the sun and the Earth's magnetic poles, they shifted, and like, man, get that shit out of here. I know too much. You can't sell that shit to me. But I fuck with Josh though. He believes it. That's what's important.
Oh,
So, what'd you say,
hey,
Josh?
Linnell, I ask my buddies at the WEF to nominate me for the Young Global Leaders Program. It looks pretty sick.
What?
Hey, Josh, you got a red passport?
No, I'm a red-blooded American.
Oh, you don't know what a red passport is?
I'm assuming you're asking if I have a Swiss passport.
No, a red passport from the UN.
No. I have a political appointment. I'm not a employee.
Oh, okay.
Hey, what'd you say about the Young Global Leaders, Josh?
No, I'm gonna have to ask to be nominated. They don't take unsolicited applications, but I got a few friends working over there right now.
Hey, see?
Yeah, but
We need somebody on the
the key word
inside.
is young. You're not young, are you?
I'm 28.
That's old, man.
Yeah.
How old was Putin and all of them back in the day when they put them in there? They were teenagers, weren't they?
No. Putin was he was already kind of in office when he was in Young Global Leaders, I think.
Yeah, it's under 40. 40 is the
Oh,
age limit.
sorry, Linnell, you can't
Yeah,
do it.
I know, right? In politics, dude, 35 is young. Yeah, in politics, 35 is young. Um, so yeah, man. Uh, all that shit that I'm seeing over in the EU right now, to me, when I look at it, when I hear it, and you got power out in three countries, right? Every time I hear it, and they're like, "Oh, it's a solar storm, geomagnetic storm that happened that put all the power out. It cut off the grid. When I hear that shit, all I
What
hear
we
is
need right now is a clear message to the people of this country. This message must be read in every newspaper, heard on every radio, seen on every television. This message must resound throughout the entire interlink. I want this country to realize that we stand on the edge of oblivion. I want every man, woman, and child to understand how close we are to chaos. I want everyone to remember why they need us.
that's all I hear when I hear shit like that. All right,
It's just a little gut check, little kiss the ring moment.
exact. That's literally what it is. Literally what it is. All right. Um. Also, over in Europe, they have enacted the stratospheric aerosol transport and nucleation system. Y'all know what that is? You know what that is,
Chemtrails.
Josh?
Chemtrails are back on the menu, baby.
Bruh. In Europe, they literally have a project called Satan. Satan. Stratospheric aerosol transport and nucleation. Satan is called Project Satan, and it's chemtrails. Project Satan is chemtrails, and they've launched it in Europe.
That's crazy.
Yes, Poseidon, to dim the sun. All right. Hey, what they say? We want everybody to go green. All right. Solar energy, solar cars, renewable, right? And then we're gonna dim the sun. Hey yo, chemtrails, and they're telling you about it. Yeah, we finna put acid rain in the sky, y'all. And all Europe does is dude. Europe, all all it do is fucking rain over in London. Yeah, you're right, Quan. It's already gloomy as fuck over there. It's already the sun is already blocked out. So it's something else. It's something else. The thing is, y'all can't even see the chemtrails.
Right.
Y'all screwed, dude. Stratospheric aerosol transportation nucleation. Satan. It's actually stratospheric aerosol transportation and nucleation. Satan. Satan. Let me ask y'all this: is that a coincidence? Y'all tell me. I mean, y'all know I be in a rabbit hole, man. Like I'm on the edge. I'm out there. So sometimes I see shit and I'll be like, nah, bro, this ain't it. Like, you gone too far, man. Sometimes I think I've gone too far. Y'all be listening to me like I'm out there. I'm on the fringes. I need y'all to tell me, is this a stretch? Josh, is this a stretch?
You just gotta accept Satan into your heart, man.
See?
No,
Boom.
I mean it might just be. I've definitely done backronyms before, where you come up with a shitty name for a project, and you like change the name of the project to like become an acronym. But usually folks are pretty oblivious to that type of shit.
So it's just a coincidence.
Could be. I don't know enough about it.
You know what? There you have it, guys. Josh says you know, I'm doing the most right now. Is it also a coincidence, Josh, that the Catholic Church has the largest telescope named Lucifer?
Wait, what?
Yeah, the Catholic Church has the largest
Like
telescope in the world named
ground
Lucifer.
base?
Yeah,
Oh, interesting. I haven't looked into like ground based astronomy in a minute.
yeah, yeah.
Although I recently Amazon came into possession of the Mount Wilson Observatory in LA. So I'm heading out there in a couple weeks. We're putting some lasers on it. It's gonna be fun.
Sweet. Yeah, you know what, man? Maybe again, I'm just a conspiracy theorist, man. I'll be connecting dots that don't be there. My bad, guys. I want to apologize to y'all. I mean, um, what you say, medium? Nothing else. They'd have to consider the acronym for the URL. Mm-hmm. Sure, they saw it and was like, you know what? Damn, too late to change it now.
That's the move.
All right, Satan.com. Um. So yeah, what we got going on? Europe has blackouts, 3 countries, and they started spraying injections in the sky. Um, the WEF is talking about population decline. Right, too many people. Um, yeah, I don't know what to tell them. The New Zealand Prime Minister is preaching censorship, and the Jewish media is literally talking about turning asking questions into hate speech. Huh. I don't know, man. This is it's pretty interesting, if I do say so myself. And Robert Kennedy just came out and said that the HHS was the largest purveyor of child trafficking for sex in the country. I don't know, man. Getting interesting, gentlemen. Getting interesting. You know what? I got a cherry on top. It's a lot. This is a lot, right? And remember, in the spirit
What we
of
need right now is a clear message to the people of this country. This message must be read in every newspaper, heard on every radio, seen on every television. This message must resound throughout the entire interlink. I want this country to realize that we stand on the edge of oblivion. I want every man, woman, and child to understand how close we are to chaos. I want everyone to remember why they need us.
in the spirit of that, who makes an appearance? That's right. You guessed
Every
it.
country struggling to find that boundary. The U.S. is a tough one because, we have the notion of the First Amendment. And so what are the exceptions, like yelling fire in a theater, and because you're anonymous online, it can be worse. I do think over time, with things like deep fakes, most of the time you're online, you're going to want to be in an environment where the people are truly identified. That is, they're connected to a real world identity that you trust instead of just people saying whatever they want. And so the idea of provenance, who sent me this email, was that really them? We're going to have systems and behaviors that we're more aware of. Okay, who says that? Who created this?
So the most interesting thing about his statement was he said that in America we have the notion of the First Amendment. It's not a right. It's just a notion. Yeah, we think we have it, right? It's just this idea. It's something we lean towards. So we have this notion of the First Amendment, but in reality, we don't really have it. It's just a notion. I don't know. Do you guys have a notion of the First Amendment? Is that a notion?
You sound like you have a Ferrari.
Huh? I know,
Yeah.
right? So yeah, he definitely sounded like I was literally finna play the Harari. Where is it at? Hold on. Here it goes. Yo, so he sounds just like this guy right
Many,
here.
maybe most legal systems are based on this idea, this belief in human rights. But human rights are just like heaven and like God. It's just a fictional story that we've invented and spread around. It may be a very nice story. It may be a very attractive story. We want to believe it. But it's just a story. It's not a reality. It is not a biological reality. Just as jellyfish and woodpeckers and ostriches have no rights, Homo sapiens have no rights also.
Hey yo, the thing is, they say this shit. I heard it. I don't know what y'all heard, but I heard it. Josh, do you believe that humans have no rights? My man Josh at.
He's checking on what answer he should give.
He waiting on sleep.
Yo,
Just tell me. Hey, oh, he went to sleep.
I
Damn it.
wonder. I wonder if he feels that way about the rights with his boyfriend.
Hey yo, no, he says it's a social construct. We just monkeys. It's a social construct. We just monkeys. Hey yo, my man Josh. Yeah, he got a wife.
He definitely trying to get in that program.
He definitely is. All right. The First Amendment is a notion. Human rights is a myth. Don't worry about none of that. Just come get vaccinated. That's it. That's all. All right. You supposed to say something, Jr.?
Nah, go ahead, man.
Yeah. And we got Satan blocking the sun out from the sky. Dude, this sounds like some shit out of a movie. It sounds like shit out of a fucking movie. This shit can't be real.
What does having a wife have to do with sleeping? Go ahead, man.
No, because you said he must have a boyfriend.
No, we're making the guy that was talking in the video. He has a boyfriend, the one that says there's no such thing as human rights.
Oh
So I'm
yeah.
just wondering if he has that same energy for the LGBTQ, that lifestyle that he lives.
No. They have rights. They have rights. They have rights. All right. So yeah, man. This shit sounds like if y'all didn't know me, if y'all didn't come here every week, y'all would probably be making this shit up. Like if I say this to people who don't come here and listen to me, if I say this to my friends, they'll think I'm making this shit up. Right? They'll swear to God like this is shit out of a fucking movie. That these people don't actually think this, they wouldn't actually say it. They're not actually doing this stuff. That's why when y'all go to sleep and y'all wake up tomorrow and y'all try to talk to this about, like y'all try to talk to anybody about some of the shit that we talked about, and like, man, get the fuck out of here. Nobody actually says that. That's Bond villain shit. Yeah, you got this notion of the First Amendment. Human rights, they're not real. The fuck? Yeah, you know what? We made it. It's hate speech to ask a question about history. What? Jesus Christ! Later, Josh. Like, hey man, I knew it was gonna turn up when Trump got elected, but goddamn, goddamn. All right. Let me see. Let's
Well, if
switch.
you look at the crazy, you gotta expect the response to be even worse when they're not getting their way.
I do. It's kind of like the trannies when when shit don't go their way and they just start spazzing out. You know what? I'm kicking myself for not doing it. But there's this clip of the Democrats doing a sit-in in front of was it in front of the Capitol, I think. And this dude, he's got the pride colors on, and he's just sitting there. Like he's supposed to be singing, but he sounds like Yoko Ono, just sitting there wailing. Like it wasn't nothing soulful like
Which
this.
side are you on? Which side are you on? Tell me, which side are you on?
It
Which
wasn't
side are you on?
this. Yeah, it wasn't soulful like
Was it
that.
so full like Taste the Biscuits?
This all about
No,
tell
it was.
me.
Yo, hold on, man. You gonna make me look for it? Cause, dude, wait, did I
I know
import
what you're
it?
talking about.
You seen it? Cause it was Hakeem Jeffries and
Sounded like they were strangling a cat.
Brown. I was like, oh no. Wait, where's this thing at, man? Y'all gonna make me go find it. I said I wasn't gonna play it. I'm like, dude, I said there would be no reason for me to ever play this.
Words you should never use for this room.
I swear to God. Let's see. I guess. Where is it at? Who is it? Hakeem Jeffries was there. Wait, let me see if I can find it on his page.
Bible said we do it live.
Hold on, dude. This is Hakeem Jeffries. Thanks for Hakeem Jeffries. Alright. Dude. City in. Let me see if I put city in if it'll come up. Oh damn, it came up. Fuck. I was hoping it didn't. Wait, I need the audio. Wait. Hold on. Where is it at? So I see the still of it. Where the fuck is the audio? It was the first thing to pop up. Alright, it was the first thing to pop up. Wait, is this one? So Fox News was covering it. Alright, come on. It ain't in the goddamn
Do it for Friday.
Alright, dude. You're right. Hold on, give me 2 seconds. Hold on. Hold on. Wait. I just because I'm talking about it, and
Tell me.
no, it's not
No,
that
I
one.
know. That
Wait,
just cracks me up.
yeah, hold on. It was Fox News. I wonder if they have it. Yeah. All right, I might do it for Friday. Damn
Hey,
it.
Tamara, you there?
All right, I might do it for Friday. Oh, hurts my heart. So again, I saw it and I was like, I don't know. I can't. I couldn't envision a scenario where I wanted to play this audio, and I guess that was me, um, my limited sight.
Yeah, like you gotta be out of your mind to say that here.
I know, right? Hold on. Wait. And then, yeah. Hold on, let me see. Come on, man. Why won't they give it to me? It's not that hard. It's 4 hours. Oh, wait. Is this it? Is this it? No, I mean, this is it, but this ain't the part, though. Damn it. All right, y'all, my bad. I just, yeah, hearing that dude sing, I was like, oh, no.
See, now I gotta go look for it tonight.
I know, right? Wait.
You're burning tape here, bro.
I know. For the we finna do some. I want to do some health stuff. All right, let's do some health stuff. Damn it. All right, yo, if anybody finds it, put it in the chat. How about that, dude? This is why I miss Robin. Right, if Robin was here, we'd have been had it. All right, let's do some health stuff before we get up out of here. It don't feel right if we don't do no health shit. All right, let me see. Okay. So we already talked about your milk and cookies, all right? You know what? This is for you guys. All right, here. So this. Oh shit! I gotta go to my. I don't know if I told y'all, but my my laptop storage is almost full. It's all bad. So I'm working off my hard drive. I got a bunch of shit stored on my hard drive, my external. All right, come on, kid. Oh, there it goes. All right, so yeah, this is for y'all.
A lot of the times people will go get like blood work and they'll figure out their numbers and all these things. The thing is those things are not accurate. Okay, let's say they test for, let's just go with iron just to make it easy. There's different variations of iron. So they might say you have low iron, but you really have low copper. They might say you have low iodine, but you have low selenium. And this is the problem when people are getting like blood work to try to figure things out. Instead of looking at their eyes and understanding their own body, they're looking at the science and they're trusting the science to tell them what is wrong, but they're not looking at their own body to tell them what is wrong. And so when a lot of people get blood work and they're like, oh, I'm fixing this and fixing that, you look at these numbers and you go, what does this even mean? It's like vitamins. It says, 50% of your daily value. Who knows what the daily value is? They've just made up the number. The Rockefellers made up a number. Sometimes it's 500%, sometimes it's 50%. I mean, the RDA number is from like the 1940s or whatever. They haven't even changed it. So think about that. Like, you just are like, whatever you need, you need. Well, here you go. I got some things for you. So instead of looking at the eyes and understanding that we can self-diagnose ourselves with the eyes, people go and get tests and they get numbers, and it's just shooting in the dark. Because once again, your body doesn't work like that. It's always changing. And let's say you got tested today for low iron. Well, guess what? What if you ate some red meat tomorrow? Your iron would not be low. That now all of a sudden your test is skewed and your numbers are skewed. And this is the problem with that, because you can't say that this is definitive if tomorrow it changes. And then you start taking iron supplements and you poison yourself. And a lot of people do. They actually do poison themselves with iron supplements. Iron oxide, rust.
Apparently, he hasn't heard of fasting before you get blood work.
He has. All right.
And they
But
also have tests that break down the different, like there's tests, they're more expensive. You gotta go to a different place that'll show you all the shit he's talking about too. Is he like against that too, or he's just saying the regular doctor's not good enough?
So I think what he's talking about is in general, right? So everybody they'll say shit like, well, you know what, I have my iron for the day. Based on what? What are those numbers based off of? Right? When you look on the back of supplements, there's a unit called the IU, right? And they'll say, oh, you should take,
That I know they skewed.
Yeah. Like where does the recommended number come from? What science is that based off of? And that's the thing. And that's kind of what he's talking about. Like, there's this standard thing that everybody uses, but where does it come from? That's not a scientific metric. And so if you go get something that's specific to your body, that's different. But just taking for granted that these charts are accurate, the numbers, the ranges are accurate, that's the problem. That's kind of what he's talking about. All right. So I get that. I'm not mad at that. And so this next clip kind of gets into So this goes further beyond what he's talking about. What he's talking about is, these numbers, they just kind of, they give you these numbers, but why? And this is Dr. Jensen talking about, so this is the same doctor that during COVID was explaining how they were being asked to do stuff that didn't make any sense. He was like, never in the history of life would I guess about what the cause of death was. If I don't have it, I can't put it on the death certificate. And so he got in trouble for that. All right. So this is the same guy explaining the incentives given to doctors.
Hi, I'm Dr. Scott Jensen, and I am not exaggerating when I tell you, if you're a patient, your doctor, your insurance company, your clinic, your hospital, we can all get paid more if we make you sicker. And I think you need to understand that. This patient's on Medicare. His insurance company will get paid more by Medicare if this patient is seen as more sick. There's all kinds of incentive plans being doled out by insurance companies and government programs to clinics and providers and healthcare systems. For instance, one of them that you may have heard of is if a clinic can hit a certain threshold level of patients taking a certain kind of vaccine, they get paid a chunk of money for each one of those patients that took the vaccine. So it's not uncommon to have like an influenza vaccine incentive program and say you have 1,000 patients that could potentially qualify. Well, if you could hit, say, 60%, you might get this amount of money per patient. If you can hit 80%, they'll give you this much. Literally, doctors can get tens and tens of thousands of dollars on an annual basis for an incentive program as simple as that. Here's another one. If we can call you diabetic based on some parameters, even if we're not treating you with a medication or didn't really do anything for you, if we can call you diabetic and we do a test called an A1C. Now, if we do an A1C and we get a 6.8 reading, that allows us to call you diabetic, even if we don't do anything for you. And when a person has diabetes, generally a doctor or a clinic will get a good mark if they can keep that person's A1C less than 7.5, sometimes less than 8, sometimes less than 7. But if you can call someone a diabetic with an A1C of 6.8, you don't have to do anything. You just get to put them down as a diabetic, and they'll count as a good patient for you because you've gotten their A1C to less than 7 or 7.5. So all of a sudden, you've got this bizarre incentive to call as many of your patients as possible as diabetics.
You catch it? It's a game. If they can get you labeled diabetic, even though you're not, then they get a good score as a hospital. All right? They just got to get the label on you. Kind of like the COVID thing. Where as soon as they get you with the COVID label, they get money. And so it's a numbers game. So the vaccine is about getting, they need a certain percentage to get bonuses. The diabetes is about getting a good mark, and the COVID was about getting money. So doctors and hospitals are playing numbers games.
You're really cynical.
I know, right?
You know, Linnell,
Yeah.
I think I came across a video or some information where it was saying that the majority of people that died during COVID, I don't know if it's from the shots or whatever, were diabetic.
Yeah, they had comorbidities. That was a comorbidity.
Right, but I'm just saying specifically
Right.
that it was diabetes that most of them
Interesting. Okay.
had. Yeah.
I'll check it out. All right, so I think Ramona found it for me. Let's see if it'll play. Hold on. So this is the dude that the Democratic sit-in. Remember, he got Negroes around him as he's singing this shit. Listen to this shit.
From the beginning, I will build this world from love. Yada da da yada da. And you must build this world from love. Yada yada And if we build this world from love, yada yada then God will build this world from love. Yada yada Let's build the country we deserve now.
All right, JR, what do you prefer? That or hold on, what is it that? You prefer that or
Which side are you on? Which side are you on? Tell me, which side are you on? Which side are you on?
which one you prefer?
Man, I can't mock the guy singing about God, man.
He got a yarmulke on and clapping on 1 and 3, bro.
And Liddell, there was another clip where Cory Booker was singing too.
Oh, make it stop. Send it to me. I'll
Okay,
play it.
I'll send
I'll
that
play
Yo,
one.
it.
shout out to Cory Booker, man, senator for Jersey.
Yo, y'all got problems. Around the same time it was, like months apart, not even years. I'm speaking on my aunts and uncles. Just weird. Yeah, it is weird. That diet, bro, it'll do you in every time, cuz. Um, which side are you on? Let's see what we got.
Oh no, wait a minute, that wasn't the right one. Hold on.
All right. Let's see. Oh, you know what? So, y'all know I'm huge on parasite cleanses, right? So if this is your first time here, like, I'm huge on parasite cleanses. All right, if you haven't done them, you need to do them. Right, so you ain't got to do a big one right away. Start off small. You can start off with turpentine. You can start off with the baking soda molasses cleanse. Right, there's some really gentle ones you can start off with before you graduate to a big boy
Get
one.
into the poisons that you take.
Right, exactly. But you got to do them. Right, if you're serious about your health, all the chronic diseases that we see in America can be addressed with cutting out the white sugar and, for the most part, cutting out the white sugar and getting the parasites out. All right, then you can cut out most of the diseases. So, the other thing that I'm starting to do now, which I hadn't done before, was a heavy metal detox. All right, so these are the herbs. These are like 7 herbs that you can use to detox heavy metals. All right, so I'm gonna tell you guys the ones. Yeah. So 7. These are 7
Post,
plants.
post them
Huh?
Johns in the Discord too, cuz.
You said, "Oh, yeah, I got you." Here, let me put the.
What you say, Buzz?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you over all the bodega. Can you repeat that?
All right, let's see. I'm gonna put it in the. I'm gonna put it in the health tab in the Discord. Um, yeah. So, what's the health tab? Oh, there it goes. All right. So, yeah, I just dropped it. I dropped the link in the chat in the health tab. Okay, cool. So these are 7 plants that cleanse your bodies from heavy metals. So one is Atlantic red seaweed. or it's called Dulce seaweed or Palmaria palmata. Dulce seaweed is remarkable for its ability to bind with heavy metals such as mercury, lead, aluminum, copper, cadmium, and nickel. It can even cross the blood-brain barrier. Unlike other algae, this seaweed is capable of removing mercury by itself. Dulce seaweed ventures into the depths and hidden places of the body, finds mercury, binds it, and does not release it until it leaves the body. Okay. Number 2, barley grass extract powder. Barley grass extract powder is another powerful component that effectively draws heavy metals from various parts of the body, including the intestinal tract, spleen, pancreas, thyroid, and reproductive system. This extract prepares mercury for complete absorption by spirulina, enhancing the detoxification process. So one of the reasons why it's important to get the heavy metals out is because parasites eat heavy metals, and so this is part of the terrain theory, right? So terrain theory says, yo, you clean up the terrain, and the parasites, they go away, so you don't have to worry about killing them if you starve them. Essentially, is what we're talking about. Okay, so you definitely need to do the detox for the parasites, but also get rid of the thing that draws them to you. All right, so it's not one or the other; it's both. All right, number 3, spirulina. This edible, nutritious algae draws heavy metals out from your central nervous system, brain, and liver, while also effectively absorbing those extracted by barley grass extract powder. So I guess that works with the barley grass.
Are these algae saltwater algae or freshwater? Do you know?
Spirulina? I don't know.
All right, we'll look at it later.
Yeah, that's cool. Um, See, Robin was here. She would be looking it up right now. Number 4, wild blueberries. All right. Wild blueberries are small miracle workers as they pull heavy metals out of the brain. They also repair, rejuvenate all organs and areas in your body from which heavy metals and toxins are removed. This is especially important for brain tissue, making wild blueberries one of the most effective foods for combating Alzheimer's disease. Huh. I wonder if I have one. I got some frozen blueberries in there. I wonder if that's a wild.
They'll give you vivid dreams, bro. Take you a handful, little less before you go to bed tonight and try it out.
Oh yeah. All right, cool. Where to find wild blueberries? Oh,
At the
damn,
bodega.
Zola.
They sell bushes. You can, at least down here, it's a common ass thing. Niggas have bushes like in their yards and shit, so you can just walk around and pluck them. But yeah, you can go buy bushes and shit. They'll flower that year too sometimes.
Hey, all right, cool. Number 5, dandelion. Dandelion root is a powerful ally promoting blood circulation and aiding your body in detoxifying from harmful substances like heavy metals, DDT, radiation, and other toxins. The root of the sunflower specifically targets organs such as spleen, kidneys, liver, and brain, making it valuable preventative measure against numerous health conditions, especially prostate and liver health. I got some dandelion. I think I just ran out of dandelion root. Um, Number 6, burdock root. All right.
That shit does everything. It feels like burdock root.
Yeah, I know, right? Burdock is all over the place, right? So, matter of fact, I was I was trying to pick up some copper the other day, and I was at the Whole Foods store, and they was out of copper, and I was like, well, shit, y'all got some burdock? Um, they was like, so they have some capsules that I guess this dude makes his own or orders his own. It's like, yeah, we got these, but I fucking hate capsules. I'd rather the powder or liquid. And so she was like, yeah, well, we don't have any. So I had to get on the list to get the call back for when I got some. I have to go to another place. But yeah, burdock has the ability to purify toxins from the deepest part of the liver, soften dense and stagnant liver tissue, and eliminate toxic substances from the liver that may have entered the body through various external sources, including heavy metals, plastic herbicides, and fungicides. So there you go. And number 7, I have some of this too. I think I ran out though. Milk thistle. Last but not least, milk thistle is also one powerful plant that supports your liver during purification. It enhances liver resistance, strengthens bile formation and secretion, and positively impacts the gastrointestinal tract. All right, so there you go. So those are 7 plants that help with detoxification, detoxifies from heavy metals or whatever. All right, so get on them. All right.
Is there a difference between wild and organic blueberries? Wild and
I think
organic.
so. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It doesn't just say blueberries; it says wild blueberries. You gotta be wild. All right. Let me see what else I got for y'all. So that was 7 herbs, heavy metal detox. You know what?
The wild blueberries were planted by God.
Okay, JR. I love that PTR.
Let's see. You know what? Let's do another one. This is my man Dr. Berg. It's not right if we don't do some Dr. Berg. All right, let's get a Dr. Berg clip up in this joint. Dr. Berg. Yeah, let's do this one. All right, so this is my man Dr. Berg. This is Miss J's savior. All right. Where is it at? Must be up here. Where's it at? Hold on. The hell? Make sure my computer ain't acting up. Hold on. It's moving slow. No. Is this it? So, hold on. The only time it would do this if it was already here. It's not. Oh, there it goes. Oh, here it goes.
176 drugs that were considered safe and effective, but now are off the market because they found they were quite dangerous. Accutane, they took it off the market because they found it creates liver damage after 27 years. Cylert was on the market for 30 years. That was for ADHD or ADD. Then we have DES, diethylstilbestrol. This was used as a very powerful estrogen that was supposed to prevent miscarriages until they found it causes miscarriages 31 years later. And then you had thalidomide. I don't know how that got passed. That created all sorts of problems with babies coming out with flippers for arms and all sorts of issues. Hey, these things were backed by science. So the main question is, who is funding the study, which many times gives grants to universities. And then you have industry, which then also funds the universities. And then you have a few nonprofits that do research right here. And then we allow industry to pay certain individuals who sit on boards and committees that regulate a lot of the guidelines in our healthcare. And of course, not to mention the medical journals, which depend on industry money for their advertising. But I think the worst of the worst is that industry is allowed to cherry pick their data and not have to publish the studies that don't align with what they want to. Unfortunately, what we're missing in science is this thing called ethics.
So he was talking about a bunch of drugs that got put on the market and then recalled. Right?
In the 90s, they had one called Redux, believe it was, for weight loss. It was destroying people's heart valves.
Bro, did you hear about the he just said one that was for to help moms or whatever during pregnancy, and it was causing babies to be born with flippers, nigga. They were creating supervillains, nigga. Ain't that how the penguin was born with a flipper?
Maybe
bruh.
it was contaminated with mermaid sperm.
All right, let's see. Um, let's see. All right, here. One more, guys. Let's do one more. We ain't gonna be here all night. So here, this is the correlation between sudden infant death and vaccines.
SIDS is sudden infant death syndrome. There are 6 data sets, studies, that looked at SIDS when that infant died relative to when they got a vaccine. In one data set, 97% were in the first 10 days after the vaccine. Only 3% were in the subsequent 10 days. For the 6 other studies, a couple of them showed that 50% of the deaths happened in the first week, but 75 to about 90% of those deaths are happening in the first week after vaccines in all these studies. So it's real clear. You get a vaccine, your infant dies. We've known this for decades. The countries that have the most infant vaccines have the highest infant mortality. Guess where the U.S. stands? We are number 1 in infant vaccines. We are number 1 in industrial countries for infant mortality. There's a document, 450-page legal document, that has tables showing for every single disease for which we have a vaccine, there are more deaths from the vaccine than there are from the disease for which we have that vaccine. Now that we've got a handful of studies comparing vaxxed and unvaxxed, we now know without a doubt that things like neurodevelopmental concerns, learning disabilities, ADD, ADHD, autism, we know they're clearly linked to vaccines. The more you vaccinate, the more likely you are to have these problems. We know without a doubt that allergies and autoimmunity, eczema, asthma, all those sorts of conditions, the more you vaccinate, the more likely you are to have those conditions. The vaccinated who get more ear infections, more sinus infections, more lung infections, any kind of infection you look at, the vaccinated get more infections. The more we vaccinate, the sicker our kids are.
Nice and fucking plain. Nice and plain. The more you vaccinate, the sicker your kids get. And SIDS, that thing that people do. I remember them talking about how, SIDS was caused by kids sleeping in the corner of the crib.
Or in the wrong position,
In the
wasn't it?
wrong position. Yeah. Oh, see, no, you can't let the kids sleep on their back. They're gonna get SIDS. No, has nothing to do with none of that shit. SIDS is vaccine deaths. But they can't blame the vaccine, so they just say, "Oh, you know what? It's the way they were sleeping."
Or they blame the parents. Like if the baby sleeps with the parents, they were
Oh
blaming
yeah.
the parents. Really, it was bad. It's been bad. Yeah.
Oh yeah. So there you go, man. SIDS is vaccine
Was
deaths.
that McCullough?
It was.
Okay, because I thought that he. Sometimes I'm confused as to where he stands on vaccines and stuff.
What you say, Lynn? I thought SIDS is any death before age of 1. No. SIDS is very specific. Is when the kid just dies in the middle of the night with no cause that they can see. But because it's really a vaccine death. It's a
Yeah,
vaccine.
there's no suffocation, there's no trauma. It's just they go to sleep and then never wake up.
Right. That's the essence is. It's sudden. Like, oh, we don't know what happened. It's just suddenly died. No. You shoved some fucking poison in his veins. That's what caused him to die. Right. So yeah. That's a lot of people wondering. They don't know what happened. Right. They just died. Everything was a perfectly healthy baby. Well, until you start sticking shit in his veins. So all right, guys. Let's get out of here. So Friday, what's this Friday? I don't know what we're gonna do Friday. I'll think of something. There's a lot of stuff going.
Hey,
All right.
Lonnie, you want to give something away
Sure,
before we
why
go?
not? What we got?
I don't know. You
Can we do it Friday?
whatever you want.
Yeah, we'll do it Friday. We'll do a giveaway on Friday. All right. We'll do a giveaway on Friday. All right. Maybe I'll come up with a game. Ooh, I'll come up with a game. All right. So we'll
First
do
person
something
that says "fuck
Friday.
Linnell" in the chat gets a T-shirt right now.
Fuck Linnell.
You said in the chat.
Same thing.
Hey, Debbie, yours will be there on the 4th.
Look, fuck Linnell in the chat.
Hey, yo, that's fucked up. Yeah. So
Who
yeah,
did
you go.
that?
He called his biggest hater me.
Well, Miss
Bruh.
J, let her know what you want.
I don't see it. You see something in the chat? I don't see it.
You heard it in the chat.
All
She
right.
said it.
I
She
said
said
fuck
it.
Linnell in the chat.
Yeah, we passed anyway. All right.
Give me something, Linnell.
Uh,
Give me another Aries shirt.
There it
man.
is.
There you
You
go.
can even pick the color.
That's
Look,
favoritism.
it's
We
gonna
got to
be
give it away
Cam's.
to. We can't give it away to a ma. It got to be to
Okay.
somebody in the.
Yeah.
She
Okay. Give it
she
to
she
somebody
said what I. She said it. You wasn't gonna do
No, it's got to
anything
be to
anyway.
somebody in the. It's got to be to somebody in
I
the.
forfeited to who else?
Got to
Who
be
else will be
to
in the
one of the
chat?
listeners, man.
Wait a minute. Let me look in
All
the
right,
chat.
we gonna do it on Friday. We gonna do it
First
on
pink
Friday.
ticket to
Well,
say fuck Linnell in the
I can
chat.
forfeit it. I can forfeit. I forfeited
yo,
to Rodney. I forfeited to Rodney.
yo,
He's another Aries.
stop trying to play favoritism. Gotta
I
give it to
swear to
somebody.
God.
Give it to one of the. Anyway, all right, y'all. Let's do this. Let's do the moment of positivity before we get about this joint.
Never put your identity in something that can be taken away. So if your identity is that number in your checking account, if your identity is the car that you drive, if your identity is the type of house you live in, the clothes you wear, if your identity is in stuff, you guys, that's a dangerous place to be, because that stuff could be taken away, which means who you are can be taken away. So ask yourself those questions. Where am I placing my value? Where am I placing my identity?
Great freaking question. All right. So I'm gonna leave y'all with that. We will see y'all Friday. Yo, if you're a pink ticket, we do this 2 times a week. All right. So we do Wednesdays is Conspiracy University and Fridays is Conspiracy Cookout with the 10-4 family. So we'll be back on this Friday at 10 o'clock Eastern. Also, guys, remember, we just started the pod Conspiracy University, which is the stripped down cook. So if you like the cook and you're like, yo, I want to send it to somebody, but I just want them to hear like the main cook, yo, Conspiracy University, the podcast, is just going to be the cooks. All right. So it's everything else is stripped away. It's just the cooks. No list, nothing else, just the cooks. All right. So Conspiracy University on all the platforms. So make sure you follow it, check it out. All right.
Vaya
Other than
con
that,
Dios.
I know, right? Blackisuniform.com, blackisuniform.com. PhD. Hey, it's just about hanging out here, guys. Your PhD in conspiracy is loading. The shirt's up top, man. Check it out.
Thanks for coming to the cookout, but you need the right gear. Blackisuniform.com, you can get it right here. We talk flat earth and mud floods. You might hear about the dome. No matter the topic, you just need something with the shield on. Blackisuniform.com, where conspiracy analysts are at home. Blackisuniform.com, where conspiracy analysts are at home.
Vigor Sport is love and light in a bottle, a CBD infused salve that rids the body of pain, arthritis, carpal tunnel, and muscle aches. There's no job too great for Vigor Sport. Headaches, muscle spasms, and menstrual cramps are a thing of the past. Vigor Sport is the Swiss Army knife of your medicine cabinet. Order your jar today at vigorforpain.com.